Positivity by Barbara L. Fredrickson. Part 1. The Good News About Positivity. Chapter 1. Waking Up to Positivity. One's own self is well hidden from one's own self. Of all mines of treasure, one's own is the last to be dug up. Friedrich Nietzsche. The morning sun streams through your bedroom window and wakes you from a fitful night's sleep. After a long string of gray and rainy days, you appreciate seeing blue sky. But soon enough you realize the alarm didn't go off. You're disappointed because you've been meaning to wake up extra early so you can have time to yourself before the kids wake up and the morning race begins. With what little time there is, you decide to skip your planned exercise routine, spend some more time in bed, and write in your journal. You write, "I can't believe I let myself down again by forgetting to set my alarm. How am I ever going to take charge of my day and my life if I can't make this simple change? Without exercise, I'm going to feel like a slug today. I'd better focus on why I write in this journal in the first place, to think about my larger goals and connect them to what I do each day. Is this really working? Is it worth my time when I could be sleeping? What I really should be doing with this extra time is checking for fires on email or reviewing my ridiculously long to-do list. Isn't our water bill past due? Where is it anyway?" At this point, you close your journal, get out of bed, go to your computer, and open your email. Sure enough, you find that your coworker, Sharon, needs input from you before she can submit her proposal, and she needs it by this afternoon. You'll be stuck spending at least part of your morning preparing forms for her. Feeling angry at her imposition, you open the next email to see that the project you spearheaded received preliminary approval, and you've got 48 hours to make a final set of revisions. 48 hours? You say out loud. Am I supposed to drop everything to make these revisions? How am I going to fit this in? The nanosecond of joy you felt on learning the good news is squashed by your concerns about clearing this last hurdle. Just then your daughter, who's nearly 4 years old, wakes up and calls, "Mommy!" You glance at the time, 6:42. You've told her time and again to wait quietly in her room until you come in for hugs and kisses at 7. And here she is, not listening again. Your frustration is growing. Far too many demands, both at work and at home. Nobody understands how impossible your life has become with this career shift. You go to your daughter's room, snap at her about calling for you early, and then march off to make breakfast. The whole morning is a grim race, and everybody's losing. You'd have been out the door on time had your 7-year-old son not misplaced his favorite shoes. Then starts the parental nagging. Why can't you just wear a different pair? If those shoes are so important to you, why don't you keep better tabs on them? Now all 4 of you, the kids, you, and your husband, are racing around the house trying to find the damn shoes. Later, having dropped the children off at school, late again, you arrive at work, also late. The first person you see is Joe, your collaborator on the project that was just accepted. He's smiling broadly. At times you appreciate Joe's good spirits, but today his smile makes you suspicious. You think, he's trying to butter me up so I'll do all the revisions. He approaches. "Did you hear the news? We got the money. We're set for the year." You say, "Yeah, but did you see that list of revisions? And just 48 hours to make them? I've also got to deal with Sharon's proposal this morning." Joe's smile fades as he takes a moment to figure out how to respond to your negativity. Sound familiar? If you're like most people, you probably recognize this kind of morning all too well. Can't do anything right. Can't give myself the time I need. Can't stick with my goal of journaling. Can't stand that Sharon is making her emergency my emergency. Can't fathom how I'll meet a 48-hour revision deadline. Can't get on the same page with Joe. Can't even teach my kids to stay in bed until 7 a.m. Can't get through the morning race without yelling and fussing. Can't get the kids to school on time. And if I can't get myself to work on time, how in the world am I going to meet all these demands? We all know negativity. It looms large and is easy to spot. Negativity pervades your self-talk and your judgments. It bleeds into your exchanges with your kids and your colleagues, eroding goodwill between you. Making matters worse, unchecked negativity breeds health-damaging negative emotions, anger, contempt, and depression that seep into your entire body. You can feel your simmering bitterness eating away at your stomach, raising your blood pressure, and turning your shoulder and neck muscles to stone. Even your face feels hard and tight, which may be why others steer clear if they can. What's more, you move through your day as if you have blinders on. You find fault and blame everywhere. You see no solutions. Everything is painfully predictable. Negativity comes on fast and strong, hitting like a sledgehammer, and none of us is immune to it. So what about positivity? Compared to negativity, positivity seems pale and weak. It's hardly the mirror image of negativity. Positivity seems so puny that at times we don't even notice it. But what if positivity matters? And what is positivity anyway? Let's start with what it isn't. Positivity doesn't mean we should follow the axioms, grin and bear it, or don't worry, be happy. Those are simply superficial wishes. Positivity runs deeper. It consists of the whole range of positive emotions, from appreciation to love, from amusement to joy, from hope to gratitude, and then some. The term is purposely broad. It includes the positive meanings and optimistic attitudes that trigger positive emotions as well as opens the mind. Tender hearts, relaxed limbs, and soft faces they usher in. It even includes the long-term impact that positive emotions have on your character, relationships, communities, and environment. Although some of this may sound like the vocabulary of greeting cards, the term positivity points to vital human moments that have now captured the interests of science. And the new scientific discoveries about the importance of positivity are stunning. Your mild and fleeting pleasant states are far more potent than you think. We know now that they alter your mind and body in ways that can literally help you create your best life. So let's roll back time and do a retake on that same morning of yours, this time with positivity. Rest assured that no matter how good you are at negativity, you're also capable of positivity. As you read, keep in mind that, like negativity, positivity goes beyond self-talk. Although subtle, it too infuses your mindscape and outlook, heart rhythms and body chemistry, muscle tension and facial expressions, and your resources and relationships. Take 2. You wake up to morning light streaming through your bedroom window, feeling well rested. You notice your alarm didn't go off. You're disappointed because you meant to wake up extra early so you could have time to yourself before the kids wake up. You look out the window and think, oh well, at least it looks like the weather's going to be beautiful. Your disappointment melts. I've got a little time to myself. You decide to skip your planned exercise routine and go straight to your journal. You write, my body must have known I was oversleeping and woke me up so I can take care of myself. I'll need to be creative about fitting in today's exercise. I know, I'll go over to the park during work and take a power walk. This new journal has been so important to me. It gives me the space to reflect on what's working well in my life, to feel grateful for all I have. It helps me keep perspective on my larger goals, making a difference with my work, helping me be more loving to my family. You spend the next 10 minutes writing about why you work, Yesterday, I met a woman who benefited from last year's community project. Seeing her face light up makes me all the more certain that I picked the right career to switch to. It may keep me extraordinarily busy, but it's so clearly worth the effort when I see the difference I make in the organization's success and my colleagues' lives. Just then, your youngest daughter, who's nearly 4 years old, wakes up calling for you. You glance at the time, 6:42. You've been asking her to wait quietly in her room until you come in for hugs and kisses at 7. You wonder what she needs. You get up, go to her room, and give her a long good morning hug and kiss. "I've missed you, Mommy," she says. You lie down beside her to snuggle and talk until 7. The morning routine is always tight on time, but you're finding that when you come to it calm and well-rested, it goes much better. You can even make a family game out of finding your 7-year-old son's misplaced shoes. Whoever finds them gets to be the middle one in a big family hug. Now all of you are racing around the house laughing, trying to find those shoes. You spot them on top of the refrigerator. The refrigerator! You all laugh about how they might have gotten up there, and you get the added bonus of being in the center of all those loving arms. You savor the cozy moment, knowing that all too soon your kids will be older and will find this family ritual too corny. After dropping your kids off at school, you arrive at work. The first person you see is Joe, your collaborator on the proposal you submitted a few months back. He's smiling so broadly that you can't help smiling yourself. "Hey, good morning, Joe. What's up?" he says. "Did you hear the news? We got the money. We're set for the year." You raise your hand and slap him a high five and say, "We make a pretty great team, don't we?" From the previous year's experience, you suspect you might be facing some last-minute revisions. You invite Joe to join you on your power walk to plan out the revision process. At this point, you may be thinking, not so fast. It's not fair to compare the morning on positivity to the morning on negativity. Not all the same bad stuff happened. After all, take 2 left out the bad night's sleep, Sharon's last-minute request, and being late for school and work. I'd agree with you on the not-so-fast statement. Let's slow down to consider how and why positivity made a difference. Before we dig in, take a moment to notice that some bad parts of the 2 mornings were identical. Your alarm didn't go off. Your daughter woke up early. Your son misplaced his favorite shoes, and you're facing a tight deadline for revisions. Positivity can't prevent all bad things from happening to you. Just some of them. Let's see which. Along the way, I'll point out several key differences between the 2 takes. These differences illustrate 6 vital facts about positivity. Fact 1. Positivity feels good. My guess is that simply reading the second take was enough to make you feel noticeably better than you felt reading the first. Whereas the first was dark and heavy, the second was light and buoyant. The first fact may seem almost too obvious to mention, but it's essential. It's the sparkle of good feelings, after all, that awakens your motivation to change. You begin to yearn for more good days like this. The sheer obviousness of this first fact often blinds us to subtler facts about positivity. Yet when we unwrap the glittering gift of positivity, as we'll do in Chapter 2, to take a first look at its inner workings, we'll find even more reason to marvel. What's more, not all positivity is alike. In Chapter 3, I'll describe the forms positivity can take, ranging from joy, gratitude, serenity, and interest to hope, pride, amusement, inspiration, awe, and, last but not least, love. Each of these 10 forms of positivity can change your life and your future. Fact 2. Positivity changes how your mind works. Positivity doesn't just change the contents of your mind, trading bad thoughts for good ones. It also changes the scope or boundaries of your mind, widens the span of possibilities that you see. In take two, you benefit from positivity's broader mindscape several times. First, you readily see a way to fit your missed morning exercise into your day later on. Second, in your journal, you maintain your focus on your larger goals. Third, you see past your daughter's early waking to be more forgiving. Fourth, you quickly spy the lost shoes in the most unusual place. Fifth, you connect with your colleague Joe and trust his smile. Sixth, you come up with a way to dovetail exercise and planning in your busy schedule by inviting Joe to join you on your power walk. The way positivity broadened your outlook may be subtle, even imperceptible, but it was pivotal to the unfolding events of the morning. In Chapter 4, we'll see how mind expansion happens. Fact 3. Positivity transforms your future. Although good feelings will forever be fleeting, over time, positivity literally brings out the best in you. An underlying assumption within the second version was that this day's emotional climate was not a rare occurrence. It followed a long stretch of days, perhaps even weeks or months, that were also rich in positivity. As your positive emotions accrued, they built up your resources, leaving you better off on this particular morning than you would have been without them. In take two, you benefit from positivity's capacity to build multiple resources. Your repeated experiences of positivity built up at least one physical resource. You slept better. At least one mental resource. You were more mindful of current circumstances. At least two psychological resources. You were more optimistic and resilient. And several social resources. You had better connections to family and colleagues. Each of these resources, built through repeated experiences of positivity in your recent past, contributed to your having a better morning in the second rendition. In Chapter 5, I'll share with you how positivity can change your future for the better. Fact 4. Positivity puts the brakes on negativity. In a heartbeat, negativity can spike your blood pressure, but positivity can calm it. It works like a reset button. In take two, you benefit from this effect at least twice. Well, at first you were disappointed that your alarm didn't go off and that your daughter woke up early. Your positivity quickly flushed this negativity out of your system. This left you in a better position to move on and make the best of the new circumstances you faced. It turned out that positivity is the secret to becoming resilient. In Chapter 6, I'll reveal the science behind the secret. Fact 5. Positivity obeys a tipping point. The most stunning and practical fact to emerge from the science of positivity is that its effects are nonlinear. This is not science as usual. There's no single arrow shooting from cause to effect. Arrows abound, and they bend, loop, and shoot from both ends at once. In traditional linear science, proportionality rules. No matter where you start, if you change the input by a certain amount, outputs change in proportion. Not so in nonlinear science. Where you start makes a huge difference. Effects that are virtually non-existent at one starting point grow disproportionately large at a different starting point. A tipping point is that sweet spot in between where a small change makes a big difference. Take one and take two feel like different worlds altogether. They differ in more than just degree precisely because they sit on opposite sides of a tipping point. If you look back closely at take one, you'll see that positivity did make an appearance. At first blush, you appreciated the morning sun, the good news about your project, and your colleague's smile. Yet it hardly seemed to matter. Negativity carried the day. By contrast, in take two, positivity came around often enough to tip the scales toward extraordinary outcomes. Your morning was not just a little better, it was dramatically better. You felt alive and growing. You valued the contributions you made at home and at work. With each successive good moment, you moved upward and outward, not downward and inward. The two sides of this tipping point feel and are radically different. This book provides a prescription, indeed a precise ratio, to tip your life to the flourishing side. In Chapter 7, I'll describe the new nonlinear scientific discoveries that lie beneath this prescription. Fact 6. You can increase your positivity. If reading about these 2 mornings resonated with you, it's because the potential for life-draining negativity lies within you, just as does the potential for life-giving positivity. You have more say than you think about which you feel and when. The treasure of your own positivity is waiting. You can tip the scales to unleash your life's potential to flourish. That's why I devote the entire second part of this book, chapters 8 through 12, to helping you learn how. Positivity can make an enormous difference in your life. This book unpacks that difference to reveal how and why positivity carries such potency. With positivity, you see new possibilities, bounce back from setbacks, connect with others, and become the best version of yourself. You even sleep better. How do I know this? In part because, like you and everyone else, I've experienced similar days in my own morning routines. In addition, though, I've dedicated my career to examining positivity in people's emotional lives. While a poet seeks new metaphors to express ideas about human emotions, I'm a scientist, and I seek new ways to quantify them. Far from a dry, abstract exercise, I've found that a scientific approach to emotions reveals hidden and perhaps universal truths about the core nature of being human. If you've ever wondered, why do we feel emotions? Or, what difference does it make if I look on the bright side? I can tell you. The latest science shows how our day-to-day emotional experiences affect the very course of our lives. My science is psychology. You might be surprised to learn that even though the science of psychology dates back to the close of the 19th century, for most of its history, emotions were a taboo topic, considered too slippery to be legitimate targets of study. My mentors were the first to begin the modern scientific study of human emotions. I represent the second generation of scientists working in this area. Nearly all previous efforts within the science of emotions centered on negativity, depression, aggression, anxiety, and all the ills that negative states like these can produce in people's lives. I took a different path. I've made a career out of studying the positive side, joy, serenity, interest, love, and the like. This is still rare within the science of emotions. My most widely cited scientific contribution is my Broaden and Build theory of positive emotions. The theory describes not only how positive emotions evolved for our human ancestors, but also the value they hold for modern-day humans. My expertise in positive emotions put me at the forefront of the new field of positive psychology at its inception in 1999. Since then, I've been recognized as one of the world's leading voices on emotional positivity. Yet at one level, we are all already experts on emotions. We each experience them day in and day out. Sadness and joy, anger and gratitude, and more. They are as common and natural as breathing, and positive emotions seem especially familiar to us. Indeed, if you're like most people, you'll feel good more often than you feel bad. Even though positive emotions infuse the prayers we say, the books we read, and the movies we watch, words like love, joy, gratitude, serenity, and hope are more than literary terms. They are also scientific terms that can be defined and measured with precision. I've tested these vital human states to reveal what they can do to improve people's lives. Frankly, it was hard for me to start this book. The new discoveries about positive emotions are so compelling that it was difficult to pull myself away from the laboratory and from writing scientific articles to write this book. Yet I felt called to do so. You need to know the news about positivity. It's important news about you. The promise of this book: you will never look at feeling good the same way again. You'll understand and appreciate the potency of positive emotions in ways that will prove to be astonishingly useful. There's a side of positive emotions that you don't yet know. Once your eyes are open to this side, the scientifically tested side, you'll have a fuller understanding of yourself and your potential. With this more complete self-knowledge, you'll function more fully and be empowered daily. Positivity presents an opportunity to step up to the next level of existence, to broaden your mind and build your best future. I began investigating positivity for the simple reason that it was largely uncharted territory, and I've always loved intellectual frontiers. While the spirit still guides my work to some degree, something changed a few years back. My decades of data collection were taking shape and showing me far more than I'd ever imagined or hypothesized. What I was seeing was no less than a prescription for life and how to live it. This stunned me. It still does. These days, my work is also guided by my aim to test the viability of this prescription. Is it for real? As a scientist, accepting things on faith or on mere hints within the data is not in my bones. My mission is to unearth, test, and then share the hidden value of positivity. I've written this book because I suspect that you want to know what the latest science has to say about how positivity can improve your life. Positivity can uniquely revitalize your worldview, your mental energy, your relationships, and your potential. If you crave more life in your life, this book is for you. Chapter 2. Positivity. Means, not ends. There wouldn't be such a thing as counterfeit gold if there were no real gold somewhere. Sufi proverb. First, the good news. Whatever your current circumstances, you've got what it takes to reshape your life and the world around you for the better. You have, already within you, the active ingredient that's needed to craft a happy life that's full of growth and creativity, and to be remarkably resilient in hard times. The even better news is that this active ingredient is renewable. Any time you need more, you can get more. You have an inner wellspring you can tap any time you want to replenish your supply. The bad news is that if you're like most people, you're currently low on this ingredient, and you can't pull together the recipe for your best life without building a bigger supply. The even sadder news is that, again, if you're like most people, you don't know what you possess. Your inner wellspring remains untapped. You stumble about, seeking what you need in all the wrong places. You're constantly looking outside yourself, to money and all that it can buy, and coming up short. What's the active ingredient? Positivity. Heartfelt positivity. Among our birthrights as humans is the experience of the subtle and fleeting pleasant feelings of positivity. It comes in many forms and flavors. Think of the times you feel connected to others and loved, when you feel playful, creative, or silly, when you feel blessed and at one with your surroundings, when your soul is stirred by the sheer beauty of existence, or when you feel energized and excited by a new idea or hobby. Positivity reigns whenever positive emotions like love, joy, gratitude, serenity, interest, and inspiration touch and open your heart. Whether it's fascination, laughter, or love, your moments of heartfelt positivity don't last long. Good feelings come and go, much like perfect weather. It's the way we humans were designed. Positivity fades. If it didn't, you'd have a hard time reacting to change. If positivity were permanent, you wouldn't notice the difference between good news and bad news, or between an invitation and an insult. If you want to reshape your life for the better, the secret is not to grasp positivity too firmly, denying its transient nature. Rather, it's to seed more of it into your life, to increase your quantity of positivity over time. I've found that what matters most is your positivity ratio. It's a way to characterize the amount of your heartfelt positivity relative to the amount of your heart-wrenching negativity. Stated formally, your positivity ratio is your frequency of positivity over any given time span divided by your frequency of negativity over that same time span. In mathematical terms, the ratio is captured by the simple expression P divided by N. As we'll see in later chapters, a fascinating fact about people's positivity ratios is that they're subject to a tipping point. Below a certain ratio, people get pulled into a downward spiral fueled by negativity. Their behavior becomes painfully predictable, even rigid. They feel burdened, at times even lifeless. Yet about this same ratio, people seem to take off, drawn along an upward spiral, energized by positivity. Their behavior becomes less predictable and more creative. They grow. They feel uplifted and alive. Downward spiral or upward spiral. As I see it, that's your choice. However much we resist acknowledging it, we humans are not static. We're either on a positive trajectory or a negative one. Either we're growing in goodness, becoming more creative and resilient, or we're solidifying our bad habits, becoming more stagnant and rigid. No matter how much we want to keep things as they are, or envision our life goals as a perfect snapshot we can one day frame and preserve, time moves on. How you'll move with it is up to you. What I can tell you is that your positivity ratio makes a big difference. It forecasts whether your life trajectory is leading you to languish or flourish. Languish or flourish? Yes, like any other living thing, you too may either languish, barely holding on to life, or flourish, becoming ripe with possibility and remarkably resilient to hard times. People who flourish function at extraordinarily high levels, both psychologically and socially. They're not simply people who feel good. Flourishing goes beyond happiness or satisfaction with life. True, people who flourish are happy, but that's not the half of it. Beyond feeling good, they're also doing good, adding value to the world. People who flourish are highly engaged with their families, work, and communities. They're driven by a sense of purpose. They know why they get up in the morning. Striving to flourish, then, is a noble goal. It's not just about making yourself happy. It's about doing something valuable with your day and with your life. Although flourishing is noble, it need not imply grand or grandiose actions. It simply requires transcending self-interest enough to share and celebrate goodness in others and in the natural world. Flourishing represents your best possible future. Positivity can help you get there. How do I know all this about you? I know because my life's work centers on positivity. I don't just experiment with positivity in my daily life. I experiment with it in my laboratory, where I test hundreds of people each year. With each experiment, I learn more about how positivity fundamentally changes the way we humans see the world, how we think and what we do. I'm not the sort of scientist who is bound and chained to her laboratory. My research also takes me out into the wild, into the real world, ups and downs of people's day-to-day lives. Of course, I don't do this alone. but with the help of a team of the world's best graduate students and research assistants, I have collaborated with other leading scientists who share my quest to learn more about human emotions. And of course, I absorbed the latest scientific evidence on positivity from around the world. There's so much to discover about being human. The more we know, the better equipped we are to build the lives we want. My strong sense is that you'll want to know what your heartfelt positivity can do for you, and how it works. It's my hope that you too will be inspired to experiment with positivity, to broaden your mind and build the best future for yourself and those you love. What good is feeling good? It seems almost foolish to ask. What good is feeling good? The answer seems obvious enough. Pleasant feelings are valuable because we like the way they feel. Pushed further, you might say they signal that all's well. Our lives are good. We've experienced success. We're safe and satisfied. What's more, if you tell a doctor or therapist that you feel good, he or she will take this as a sign that pain, distress, depression, and hostility are not currently taking a toll on your health and well-being. For many health professionals, feeling good means little more than not feeling bad. Feeling bad is what needs monitoring. It forecasts heart attacks, strokes, eating disorders, obesity, suicide, violence, and more. Feeling good is valuable because it means that odds are you're out of the woods for those risks and troubles. But positivity does so much more than simply signal the absence of negativity and health risks. It does more than signal the presence of safety and satisfaction, success or good health. The latest scientific evidence tells us that positivity doesn't simply reflect success and health, it can also produce success and health. This means that even after positivity fades, we can find traces of its impact. Beyond the present pleasant moment, your positivity has downstream consequences for the very trajectory of your life. Positivity spells the difference between whether you languish or flourish. My most widely cited contribution to science thus far is my answer to a riddle that had stumped past scientists. My phrasing of the riddle was this: what good are positive emotions? There are other ways to phrase the riddle. You might ask, why do people experience pleasant emotions? What purpose is served by our fleeting feelings of joy, gratitude, serenity, and love? Or, has positivity had any adaptive significance over the course of human evolution? As with any good riddle, the right answer requires a big shift in perspective. The old view. Positivity as negativity warmed over. A bit of history regarding emotions is useful here. Past scientists tried to answer the riddle of positive emotions by resting on the assumption that all emotions, both negative and positive, were consequential to our human ancestors because they produced urges to act in particular ways. Scientists say that emotions trigger specific action tendencies. Fear is linked with the urge to flee, anger with the urge to attack, disgust with the urge to expel, and so on. A core idea nestled within this concept is that having these particular actions spring to mind when our ancestors felt a particular emotion is what made emotions consequential to our species. These were the actions that worked best in getting them out of life or death situations that occurred time and again. In other words, those who ran when they spotted the big hunter cats survived. Those who didn't were eaten. Surviving was key, because if an early human did not live long enough to have children, he or she didn't become part of our ancestral family tree. Another core idea is that specific action tendencies embody emotions. Just as these urges overtake our conscious thought, they simultaneously trigger rapid changes in our bodies to support those actions. Stop for a moment to imagine a clear and immediate danger. Maybe an oncoming car is out of control and speeding toward you. Maybe you're in a long bank line and a group of armed masked men enter and chain the door. In any case, when you see danger looming, you not only experience an overwhelming urge to flee to safety, but within milliseconds, your cardiovascular system switches gears to redirect oxygenated blood to your large muscles, so you'll be prepared to run away. Your adrenaline glands also release a surge of cortisol to mobilize more energy by increasing the glucose in your bloodstream. The urge to flee that comes with fear doesn't simply roll around in your head. It infuses your whole body, your entire being. The concept of specific action tendencies made two important scientific contributions. First, to the extent that these urges helped our ancestors act quickly and decisively in life-threatening circumstances. It explained how the forces of natural selection shaped and preserved emotions as part of our universal human nature. Second, it explained why emotions could infuse both mind and body by orchestrating a cascade of physiological changes. Within the science of emotions, the value added by the concept of specific actions tendencies was huge. It's no wonder that scientists were wedded to it. The trouble came when scientists tried to pinpoint the specific action tendencies for positive emotions. One scientist linked joy with the urge to do anything. Others linked serenity with the urge to do nothing. These urges aren't nearly as specific as fight, flee, or spit. What's more, the physiological changes that come with positive emotions seem like nothing compared with those linked with negative emotions. Positive emotions simply didn't fit the theoretical mold that worked so well to explain the value of negative emotions. Given these observations, the question, what good are positive emotions, provoked considerable scientific curiosity. The new view. Positivity broadens and builds. Working with this brain teaser, together with other intriguing features of positivity in the late 1990s, I created the broaden and build theory of positive emotions to answer the riddle of positive emotions. As I developed this new theory, I challenged deeply held assumptions within my field. I went beyond what my mentors had taught me. While I agreed that the concept of specific action tendencies was useful, my sense was that it held value only for negative emotions. To fully understand the value of positive emotions, I had to chart a new course. I proposed that, unlike negative emotions, which narrow people's ideas about possible actions, positive emotions do the opposite. They broaden people's ideas about possible actions, opening our awareness to a wider range of thoughts and actions than is typical. Joy, for instance, sparks the urge to play and be creative. Interest sparks the urge to explore and learn, whereas serenity sparks the urge to savor our current circumstances and integrate them into a new view of ourselves and the world around us. Positivity opens us. The first core truth about positive emotions is that they open our hearts and our minds, making us more receptive and more creative. Another assumption I challenged was the hidden belief that if emotions held value for our human ancestors, it was because those emotions changed their behaviors in ways that, in the emotional moment, changed their odds of survival or reproduction. While it's easy to imagine how fleeing in fear could save someone's life, it's harder to imagine how playing in joy might do so. To make sense of this, I had to look beyond the moment and identify benefits not located in the present. What I eventually concluded was that positive and negative emotions mattered on different timescales. Whereas the narrowed mindsets sparked by negative emotions were valuable in instances that threatened our ancestors' survival in some way,
The Broaden mindset sparked by positive emotions were valuable to our ancestors in different ways and over longer time scales. Broaden mindsets mattered because, over time, such expansive awareness served to build our human ancestors' resources, spurring on their development of assets, abilities, and useful traits. These new resources functioned as reserves, better equipping our ancestors to handle later threats to survival, which, of course, were inevitable. To get a feel for the way positive emotions can build life resources, envision for a moment something that has made you feel joyful, playful, or intensely alive. When you wanted to smile and cheer, or jump up and dance around. Maybe it was witnessing your child's delight in taking her first steps, or playing a game of chase or catch with your dog, sharing a meal and lots of laughter with a friend you haven't seen in ages, or playing touch football in the park during a family get-together. Maybe it was dancing with a group of friends as your favorite band played. Whatever comes to mind for you, take a moment to relive the experience in your mind, letting your joy rekindle. Consider how you felt and what you felt like doing. What we've learned about joyful experiences like these is that the playful urges they carry build resources, and in times of trouble, these gains and resources can spell the difference between life and death. Seem far-fetched? Let me tell you about Padas monkeys. Like humans and many other mammals, when these monkeys are young, they play chase. Yet their game of chase has a twist. They run headlong into a flexible sapling or bush to catapult themselves in an unexpected direction. If you close your eyes and picture this stunt, you'll see that it would defy getting caught. It turns out that adults of this species never pull this stunt themselves. Never, that is, unless they need to escape a predator. In play, Padas monkeys develop a particular physical skill that might one day save their lives. Likewise, we've all heard the phrase, "the family that plays together stays together." The wisdom in this phrase is that social play builds ties between people that are lasting and consequential. This wisdom holds outside the human family circle as well. A fascinating example comes from a certain breed of ground squirrels. Like some other mammals, when one squirrel sees a predator in the distance, it will sound an alarm call that alerts other squirrels to run for cover. It's a risky move. In crying out, the danger-spotting squirrel draws attention to itself, which may well attract the predator. Scientists used to think that animals would risk their lives like this only for kin with whom they shared common genes. New evidence suggests, however, that squirrels also sound alarm calls for former playmates, not genetically related. These squirrels developed a social resource while playing, and these buddies will put their lives on the line to save their playmates. To illustrate resource building with a different form of positivity, envision the intense pull you feel when you're keenly interested in a new person, place, or thing. Your mindset is open and curious. It draws you out to explore. Scientists have shown that because positive and open mindsets produce exploration and experimental learning, they also come to produce more accurate mental maps of the world. This means that, relative to times when you feel negative and rejecting, or even neutral, you learn more when you feel upbeat and interested, and are acting on your curiosity. That's because negativity and even neutrality hold you back. Negativity and neutrality constrain your experience of the world. In consequence, they also constrain your knowledge of the world. Positivity does just the opposite. It draws you out to explore, to mix it up with the world in unexpected ways. Each time you do, you learn something. These gains in knowledge might not be revelatory today, but they'll be useful down the road. And under certain circumstances, they may be lifesavers. Positivity transforms us for the better. This is the second core truth about positive emotions. By opening our hearts and minds, positive emotions allow us to discover and build new skills, new ties, new knowledge, and new ways of being. These two core truths about positive emotions define my broaden and build theory, which holds that positive emotions were consequential to our human ancestors because over time those good feelings broadened our ancestors' mindsets and built their resources for the future. Positivity transformed early humans for the better, leaving them with extra measures of physical, social, intellectual, and physiological resources. The sparkle of good feelings enticed early humans to broaden and build when they felt safe and satisfied. Those who gave in to this pull became better prepared to survive future threats to life and limb. Those who didn't fared less well. Over millennia, natural selection sculpted our ancestors' capacity to experience heartfelt positivity, creating the form and function of the positive emotions that we modern-day humans experience. Like ancestors, like us, we can't assume that what was good for our ancestors is good for us. Think about our craving for high-fat foods. For our ancestors, high-fat foods were rare finds. Early hunters weren't successful every day or even every week. It made sense that those who craved a fat-rich food like meat and binged on it when it was available survived. Their bodies could store fat as essential energy reserves that carried them through lean times. Today, high-fat foods are as close as the nearest vending machine. Binging on junk food still builds energy reserves in terms of fat stored in the body. But because we can eat these foods all our waking hours if we choose to, our craving is not as relevant to our lives as it was to our ancestors. The taste for high-fat foods that we inherited from our ancestors may well be a product of evolution, but it's not particularly useful in a modern world that surrounds us with choices our taste buds crave. You're no early human. You have restaurants and 24-hour food marts, and you can see more people while walking down a busy street at lunchtime for 15 minutes than your ancestors might have seen in their entire lives. But maybe not everything is so different. Just like our ancestors, from birth you relied on other people for food and shelter and needed to learn and grow to make it to adulthood. And, like your ancestors, you also need to make friends to build community around you. Need to contribute something valuable in adulthood to be well regarded by others, and need to understand your place in the world so you can make good decisions. There's every reason to believe that moments of heartfelt positivity, like feeling grateful for your caregivers, being genuinely interested in your learning activities, feeling joyful when playing with others, feeling pride in your accomplishments, or appreciation when everything seems to be going right, are as valuable to you as they were to your ancestors. Live longer, live stronger. Positivity broadens and builds. It transforms people and helps them become their best. And when at their best, people live longer. That's one fascinating implication of the broaden and build theory. Consider the story of Adam, a 36-year-old gay man from San Francisco. He contracted HIV in the late 1980s, as did Glenn, his partner of 6 years. Although Glenn's disease progressed to AIDS early on, Adam had many symptom-free years. One benefit of Adam's better health was that he was able to serve as caregiver when Glenn's health began to falter. One weekend in April of 1990, Adam was reading his favorite newspaper and noticed a small advertisement looking for HIV-positive men who were caregivers to their partners diagnosed with AIDS. He was surprised and pleased to see that scientists wanted to study someone in his shoes, so he called the number at UC San Francisco to learn more. The study involved physical exams and lots of interviews. An interviewer came to Adam and Glenn's home every 2 months for a few years. The interviews were pretty depressing at first. They focused on the many stresses of caregiving, what they were and how they made him feel. Sure, those stresses were part of the process, but Adam wondered why this was all the researchers cared about. After the second interview, Adam asked why the research team never asked about the good things in his life, the things he did to make the day go better for him and Glenn. By the next interview, Adam was surprised and pleased again. The research team had listened. Apparently, he wasn't the only one to have complained that the interviews were so negative. Other study participants also wanted to focus on the positive, and so the research team reshaped their interviews. Within a year, Glenn was dying. Adam continued to be interviewed about his experience even after Glenn's death. A year later, Adam's HIV progressed to AIDS. When it did, his doctors told him he might have only 6 months to live, no more than a year at most. Adam refused to live in the shadow of this death sentence. Instead, he took the same approach that he had taken during Glenn's failing health. Each day was a blessing. Each day would offer something to celebrate: the smell of flowers from the corner store, the kindness of a long-time friend, the chance to continue to be independent despite his ailments. Focusing on the positive during each day, Adam's days added up. 3 years went by, and Adam was still living independently. 5 years later, he and his close friends couldn't help but credit his positive approach to life with keeping him going strong. Eventually, AIDS did take him, but it was 9 years after the doctors had forecast that he had less than a year to live. Adam's story is not unique. Positivity does indeed forecast living longer, as has been supported by several scientific studies in the years since I first introduced the Broaden and Build theory. One of these studies emerged from the UC San Francisco research project that Adam was in and helped shape. Others tap more general samples of the population, but the findings are the same in each. People who express more positivity than others live longer, up to 10 years longer. Positivity matters. Just as our ancestors needed positivity to survive, we need it today for the same reason. Safety in numbers. In later chapters, I'll discuss the scientific approach to positivity in greater detail. For now, I'd like to share the news of a single publication, a scholarly paper of great value because it presents a meta-analysis or a study of studies. The authors gathered nearly 300 different scientific studies of positivity, which collectively tested more than 275,000 people. These were all the studies that the author could locate in an exhaustive search of the scientific literature. Though any single study might be dismissed as flawed in some way, when you pull together all the evidence, from controlled laboratory experiments to longitudinal studies of people's lives through time, you can be far more certain of your conclusions. What did this meta-analysis conclude? That positivity produces success in life as much as it reflects success in life. Regardless of whether success was measured as a satisfying marriage, a larger salary, or better health, positivity mattered. When you take all the numbers in all of the studies as a whole, the one scientific account that stands supported is the Broaden and Build theory. It's all the more gratifying to report the news of this meta-analysis because neither I nor my students and collaborators were its authors. None of the authors had a vested interest in the Broaden and Build theory. Science advances at its best when independent researchers test the claims made by their peers. It's satisfying to know that the Broaden and Build theory has been duly tested and upheld by both data and my fellow scientists. Positivity. Is it un-American? Let's stop for a minute to appreciate the shift in worldview that this new perspective on positivity may require. The United States and much of the capitalist world was forged under the influence of the Protestant work ethic, a philosophy that holds that enjoyment and leisure are sinful, and that only through austere work activities can people prove their true worth. This worldview produces characters who shun all pleasant impulses and activities that might generate joviality, like sport or dance, in favor of long work hours and personal thrift. It produces a culture that celebrates intensity, competition, and doggedness. Although American society may have strayed from its early Protestant roots, many of the cultural values embedded within the Protestant work ethic are alive and kicking today. Take, for instance, our entrenched need to achieve. What else would keep Americans working more days per year than the citizens of any other nation? Or look at the common but unspoken belief that hard work pays off. If so, then those who aren't enjoying successful careers and fat brokerage accounts must be decadent, lazy, or otherwise inferior. Those of us who grew up in the United States could scarcely avoid being steeped in these messages. Despite my life's work on positivity, I'm no exception. In grade school, it didn't take me long to learn how to please teachers with my focus on coursework. In college, I spent long hours in the library to earn A's. In graduate school, I spent even longer hours in the laboratory, entering and analyzing data. After I'd become a postdoc, one of my close friends, also a scientist studying emotions, sized me up by saying, "You study emotions because you don't have them." Despite this unsolicited diagnosis, as an untenured professor, I'd continue to overspend my time writing empirical articles in my chosen publish or perish profession. While this addiction to achievement can at times pay off, it comes at a price. We keep our noses so much to the grindstone that we literally don't see the goodness in the world, the wonder that's there to open our hearts and help us grow. It's fair to say Americans are conflicted about positivity. Our Declaration of Independence guarantees the pursuit of happiness as one of our core rights. Yet when we work hard simply to acquire the material goods and services that Madison Avenue promises will make us happy, we may be missing the point of this fundamental American right. All people yearn to be happy, but many of us have been coaxed into looking for our happiness in all the wrong places. We look for happiness in higher salaries, more possessions, or higher achievements. Or we fixate on the future, holding out that one day our dreams will come true and make us happy. We're so wrong-headed about the sources of our positivity that we value that extra hour at work to, we hope, please our boss more than we value connecting with our kids. We unwind with martinis instead of meditation. We lift weights instead of walking through the park. We follow fad diets instead of eating smaller portions of beautiful and well-prepared food. We watch TV or surf the web instead of reading or listening to a book. We write email instead of poetry. My research shows that these pursuits are misguided, and that the way to pursue happiness is to pursue positivity each day wherever we are. Moment by moment, our daily positivity adds up, and through it we build the lives we seek. The shift that I needed to make, and that you may need to make, is to view positivity as a wise and healthy investment in ourselves and in the world around us. Positivity is a means towards better ends, not simply an end in itself. The old story is that anything that feels good is merely a distraction, trivial, inconsequential, and therefore expendable. The new story, backed by science, is that these same good feelings, cultivated through natural and ordinary means, are the active ingredients needed to produce an upward spiral toward flourishing. Whereas the old story leaves people feeling guilty when they take time for something that makes them feel good, The news story can give people the courage to cultivate, protect, and cherish moments that touch and open their hearts. The shift for me was huge. As a young assistant professor, I overworked so thoroughly that my boyfriend, now my husband, had to work hard to convince me that we should take vacations. Although I eventually conceded, I insisted that we keep our vacations secret from my colleagues and students. I would also bring along stacks of papers to grade and a laptop so I could keep up with my email. There was joy and laughter in those early vacations, but there was also frustration, guilt, shame, and red ink. Having learned from my own research, when I vacation these days, I leave papers and emails behind and focus on having fun with my family. I also encourage my students and junior colleagues to do the same, which is the opposite of what my own mentors had encouraged. More important, I look for mini vacations each day, a walk through the Arboretum, lunch with a friend, a dance class, or a book to read for fun. I try to balance my entrenched work ethic with a growing play ethic. I find that vacations from my strong need to achieve refuel me and add depth to my life. In an achievement-hungry workplace, my new approach can at times run against the grain and take some resolve to pull off. Even so, I find the fruits so sweet and abundant that there's no going back to my old ways. Although worship of achievement and its dark underbelly, trivialization of positivity, form a dominant theme in modern urban life, other cultural norms do exist. We know that some groups cultivate and sustain positivity better than the rest of us do, and we can learn something from studying how they do it. Those who follow Buddhist meditation practices, for instance, experience greater positivity in daily life. In later chapters, I'll tell you how meditation works and how you can make it work for you. Another group particularly good at positivity may surprise you: older adults. Scientists have shown that people over 70 attend to and savor positivity more than do those with fewer years and wrinkles. This may be the wisdom of old age. A focus on positivity can make late life fulfilling, despite the inevitable aches, pains, and memory loss. One side effect of reading this book may be to hasten this positive aspect of aging. How much is enough? So far, I've sketched only a description of how positivity opens our minds and transforms our lives into something better. In the next several chapters, I'll present the scientific evidence that has convinced me that there's reason to take the news about positivity to heart and experiment with it in your own life. If you decide to do so, you'll need more than a good description. You'll need a good prescription. Because you're still reading, I'll assume that you're already on board and that you want to broaden your mind and build a better future for yourself. I'm sure you've already guessed that I'm going to suggest that you increase your positivity. But how do you go about doing this? How much positivity is enough? And how can you tell if and when you're in the ballpark? Here's how your day might start if you faithfully followed one possible prescription. You wake up on a bright, sunny morning. You take a few moments to just breathe deeply and relax. When you're fully awake, you gently nudge your spouse and move closer to cuddle. You want to show your affection and your desire. Your spouse, obviously roused from a deep sleep, rolls over, elbows you sharply and barks, "Are you nuts? Let me sleep." Smiling about your spouse's antics, you spring out of bed and hop in the shower. For some unknown reason, the water is freezing cold. Although you were looking forward to a long, warm shower, you say to yourself, "I'm so lucky to have running water. I'm so much better off than people in other parts of the world." Smiling and singing through your shower of icicles, you later skip down the hall to check in on your kids. You see a black widow spider crawling across your sleeping toddler's face. You smile and tiptoe out of the room, not wanting to disturb the peace. You think, "Nature is so fascinating. I'll need to tell my friends about this interesting spider." You make your way to the kitchen for breakfast, Just as you sit down with your bowl of cereal, you find that sometime during the night your aging cat, Spike, vomited on your favorite antique tablecloth. You sit down next to the mound of vomit to eat your breakfast. You say to yourself, "Poor dear, old Spike, I hope you're feeling better. I guess this tablecloth wasn't going to last forever." Then you turn on the TV. The newscaster is reporting live from the latest war zone. The footage shows civilian victims of a recent bombing, bleeding and dismembered. You think, what a clever camera crew. They were able to take such vivid pictures. And what a pleasant voice this nice-looking newscaster has. I don't need to go on, do I? You know you hate this prescription already. You hate it for the same reason we all have universal disdain for the name Pollyanna. You know Pollyanna. She's the one with a plastered smile on her face who conveys nonstop joy. You want to shake her and say, "Get real!" That's precisely the problem with this prescription. It can't connect with reality. To experience 100% positivity defies and denies the humanness of life. It would mean that you'd buried your head in the sand, and it would eventually drive others away from you. The prescription that I suggest you try out is more reasonable. Aim for a positivity ratio of at least 3-to-1. This means that for every heart-wrenching negative emotional experience you endure, you experience at least 3 heartfelt positive emotional experiences that uplift you. This is the ratio that I've found to be the tipping point, predicting whether people languish or flourish. As with any dietary guide, I offer you this prescription as an emotional guide. Also, as with any dietary guideline, you don't need to achieve this ratio at any given moment or even on any given day. Strive instead to meet or exceed this ratio over a stretch of several days or even weeks. In Chapter 7, I'll describe the fascinating research that led to this prescription. I'll also discuss the science that backs it. Of course, as with any prescription or dietary guideline, this 3-to-1 positivity ratio is subject to modification. Future studies will no doubt have more to teach us. Science is never complete. Yet we can all breathe a collective sigh of relief to learn that the prescription is not 3-to-0. Negativity is important. Nobody can flourish without it. Even the happiest people cry when they lose someone or something they cherish. They're angered by injustice and frightened by danger. Their stomachs turn when they see vomit or witness human atrocities. The beauty of the 3-to-1 positivity ratio is that it's large enough to encompass the full range of human emotions. There's no emotion that needs to be forever shunned or suppressed. No yellow smiley faces. The 3-to-1 positivity prescription should be easy enough to follow. Just throw in a few upbeat words or a smile now and then, and you'll have the life you want. Not so fast. If you're thinking it will be that easy to change your positivity ratio, you're wrong. Simply uttering more positive words or forcing a smile might actually do you more harm than good. By design, humans are exquisite insincerity detectors. If your positive words or upturned lip corners are devoid of sincere, heartfelt, positive feeling, you and those around you will sense it. Notice that throughout this book I refer to heartfelt positivity, time and again. That's because science shows that sincerity counts. Consider Jen's story. She's a 38-year-old mother of 3 in California, and her youngest child has autism. She recently volunteered for a study on how mothers cope with the stresses of caring for a chronically ill child and how it affects their health. She indicated to the research team that although she found raising her youngest child to be taxing, she also found the good in her new role. In working through her difficulties, she discovered strengths she didn't know she had, and deepened her religious faith. In other words, Jen was higher than most in what scientists call benefit finding. She found the good that emerged from her struggles. You might suspect that this would set Jen apart and make her among the healthiest of the moms tested. It didn't. Even though Jen was quick to articulate positivity, she didn't truly feel it. When she was asked during the course of a few normal days how happy, excited, or content she was feeling right then, she most often admitted, not at all. It turned out that Jen was lower than most of her level of heartfelt positive emotions. What the research team discovered was that only the moms who both found benefit in their stressful experiences and reported experiencing positive emotions in their day-to-day experiences showed healthy fluctuations in the stress hormone cortisol. But Jen's positivity was not heartfelt, so her own cortisol levels were high all day long, which is not particularly healthy. Here's another illustration. Victor is a 59-year-old sales manager from North Carolina who suffered a heart attack a year ago. His doctor asked him to join a study on behavior and coronary heart disease at the Duke University Medical Center. In one part of the study, scientists used an imaging technique to watch his heart in action while an interviewer asked him some questions. The interview was videotaped. Victor found one question particularly stupid. The interviewer asked, "When you get angry or upset, do people around you know it?" "Of course they know it," Victor burst out. "They're the ones to blame, aren't they?" He tried to be polite to the interviewer, to smile now, and then to hide his growing frustration, but he found the questions to be almost idiotic. It turns out that during the particular 2-minute segment of Victor's interview, when he was questioned about his anger, the imaging technique revealed that he experienced a silent, ℸ𝕜𝕗 episode. Although Victor felt no pain or discomfort, the left ventricle of his heart collapsed a bit, indicating that the blood supply to the muscle of his heart was dangerously restricted. This was a serious sign of Victor's heart disease that could easily bring on another heart attack and even end his life. Over the next several months, the research team coded in detail the videotape of Victor and other study participants, all male coronary patients. They identified every facial expression of emotion that occurred during the interview that coincided with the heart imaging procedure. There was a lot to code. These men expressed about one emotion every 2 to 3 seconds. Of all these facial expressions, only 2 types distinguished those who showed myocardial ischemia. The scientists conducted the study because they'd predicted that facial expressions of anger would forecast ischemia. They did. What they didn't expect was that smiles would too. But not just any smiles, only those that scientists call non-enjoyment smiles. All smiles involve the ℸ𝕝𝕉, the muscle on each side of your face that raises our lip corners. Non-enjoyment smiles stop there. They do not also involve the orbicularis oculi, the muscle that circles each of our eyes, which, when contracted, lifts our cheeks and creates crow's feet. It turns out that this signature action around the eyes reveals whether people really feel the positivity that they convey. This means that non-enjoyment smiles are essential in sincere positivity. What scientists discovered in this study was that insincere positivity put these men in as much coronary danger as did anger. Mountains of research tell us that anger kills. This new discovery suggests that insincere positivity may kill too. Jen's story, Victory's story, and the scientific discoveries that they represent provide an important warning as we attempt to increase positivity in our lives. Although it might be easy to express positivity in words or with smiles, if we don't actually feel the positivity we express, we may actually be doing harm. In short, your body knows when you're cheating and punishes you for it. As you begin to experiment with elevating your positivity ratio, tracking your own sincerity will be key. What you'll strive for is more frequent, heartfelt moments of positivity, not negativity or even neutrality, masquerading as a smile. In Part 2 of this book, I describe a range of ways that you can find your own personalized path to meeting or exceeding the prescribed positivity ratio, all while being genuine. For now, I simply want you to recognize that it's not as simple as the ever-popular yellow smiley face icon implies. Maybe this is why the yellow smiley face is the symbol that scientists working in positive psychology love to hate. Although offered in good fun, it trivializes the effort and sincerity that it takes to invoke genuine, heartfelt positivity. The view from here. Now you know the good news and bad news about positivity. The bad news is that most of us don't have enough of it in our daily lives, so we hardly benefit from the gifts that it offers. Without more positivity, we can't pull off the recipe for flourishing life success. Sadly, most of us don't even recognize that we have ready access to more of what we need. We don't recognize that we've got an inner wellspring we can tap to generate genuine, heartfelt positivity anytime we wish. But let's focus on the good news. All of us are already familiar with positivity. We've felt it in the tenderness of our hearts, the fascination of our interests, the inspiration of our daydreams, the ease of our smiles, and the warmth of our caresses. And now you know that positivity can do more for you than simply make you feel good. It can broaden your mind and open your heart. Your moments of heartfelt gratitude and love can transform your life for the better by building your resources and strengths. Best of all, positivity is renewable. As we'll begin to see in the next chapter, and more completely in Part 2, each of us can choose to seed more of it into our lives. As these seeds grow, we flourish. We become full of possibility, remarkably resilient and happy. We contribute. With more positivity, we can create both the life we want and a world worth leaving to our children.
Chapter 3. What is positivity? Know that joy is rarer, more difficult, and more beautiful than sadness. Once you make this all-important discovery, you must embrace joy as a moral obligation. 𝕬𝕝𝕬𝕬. For most of us, joy is all too rare. Perhaps not literally rarer than sadness, but still too rare to tip the scales toward flourishing. Having read the headlines about positivity, it's time to dive more deeply into joy. Then into the rest of the positivity palette: gratitude, serenity, interest, hope, pride, amusement, inspiration, and awe. And, saving the best for last, we'll dive deeply into love. Positivity comes in many shapes and sizes. You'll come to see that it encompasses far more than mere physical pleasure or a vague sense of happiness. My goals in this chapter are to introduce you to the subtleties of these distinct states and to invite you to begin exploring when and how these pleasant feelings arise for you. You may have noticed that the term happiness is not in my top 10. I avoid this term because I feel it's murky and overused. Although sometimes we use the word happy to refer to heartfelt positivity, as in, seeing you smile makes me happy, that same feeling is often better described by another, more specific term, like joy, gratitude, or love, depending on the exact circumstances. We use happy to describe someone's personality, as in, he's a happy guy, reflecting how a person typically reacts. Or happiness is used to describe an ultimate life goal, as in, I just want to be happy. Still, other times we use happy to convey simple acceptance, as in, I'd be happy to carry your umbrella. My point is that the word happy is rather generic, too vague to be useful here. What about bodily pleasures, like eating delicious foods, taking the chill off with a soft, warm blanket, or sexual stimulation? Are these positivity? No, I don't believe so. Sure, they're related. I think of them as cousins.
Both classes of feelings glitter with enjoyment and undeniably draw us toward them. These are all feelings we want to have. A fascinating fact about bodily pleasures is that if you're a healthy person not suffering from addictions, they draw you to do exactly what your body needs at that moment. A cool bath, for instance, is pleasing only when you're overheated. It would be quite unpleasant if you were already chilled. The same is true of eating. Notice how good food can taste when you're hungry. After you've had your fill, though, the very same food starts to taste bad. Indeed, that's one of your cues to stop eating. Bodily pleasures and positivity influence our minds differently and operate on different time scales. In some ways, bodily pleasures are more akin to negativity than to positivity. They narrow your focus toward the object of your desire and help you meet a current survival need. Of course, bodily pleasures differ from negativity in that they draw you towards certain circumstances, not away from them. But their narrowed mindsets and in-the-moment payoffs set them apart from true positivity, which broadens your mind and pays off down the road. The distinction between bodily pleasures and positivity can be hard to see at times, especially because, as cousins, you often find them hanging out together. You might take pride in the delicious meal you prepared, find serenity in the peacefulness of a warm, soothing bath, or feel overwhelming love for your partner as you enjoy sex together. In these cases, the positive emotions are what matter most in the long run. 10 forms of positivity. I've introduced you to 10 forms of positivity: joy, gratitude, serenity, interest, hope, pride, amusement, inspiration, awe, and love. Now I want you to get to know each one personally. Discover what you and this feeling share in common. Of course, each is already familiar to you to some degree, and terms for describing them are already deeply embedded in our language. I suspect, though, you may be less aware of their full scope and beauty. You may not have previously considered the aspects of each state as scientists have investigated them, and you might not have appreciated all the moments in your life when each has entered your heart. I focus on these 10 positive emotions for 2 reasons. First, they are targets of a growing amount of scientific research, including my own. Second, over the years I've examined the daily emotional experiences of hundreds of people, ranging from college students to working men and women in midlife and beyond. From this I've learned that these 10 forms of positivity color people's day-to-day lives the most. Other forms certainly exist, yet my research shows that these 10 are the most common, with one important exception. I describe them in the order of their relative frequency, starting with the ones people feel most often, and moving on toward those felt more rarely. The exception is love, which appears to be the most frequent experienced form of positivity. I describe it last, and you'll soon see why. As I tell you about each emotion, I'll start by describing the circumstances and patterns of thought that spark that emotion. These are the specific levers you can pull to turn positivity on, to gain control over when and how often you feel it. I'll also describe the sensations that each particular emotion brings, and what it uniquely makes you want to do and think. The beauty of emotions is that they are highly individualized, depending more on your inner interpretations than on your outer circumstances. What makes one person awestruck with inspiration may be totally lost on another person. Likewise, what amuses one person may offend another. This means that each person's pathway to flourishing is unique. Increasing positivity in your own life then begins with self-study. In Chapter 11, I lay out a plan for self-study you can follow to increase your positivity. In the meantime, as you read about the 10 different types of positive emotions in this chapter, simply ask yourself, when was the last time I felt this feeling? Where was I? What was I doing? What else gives me that feeling? Can I think of still more triggers? What can I do to cultivate this feeling? Getting in tune with your own positivity means going beyond one-size-fits-all terms like happy and good in favor of more precisely named emotional states. Even so, I encourage you to use these 10 terms for positivity softly. Apply them lightly. Focus more on the levers that turn on the feeling that flows through you than on the label itself. Apply a label ever so gently only to see if it fits. I'm reminded here of a quote by the newspaper columnist Ann Landers. She wrote, "Rose-colored glasses are never made in bifocals. Nobody wants to read the small print in dreams." She grasped intuitively what science has since confirmed, that over-analysis kills positivity. This is one of the great paradoxes of positivity. These fleeting states are remarkably fragile, and yet somehow they add up to a power to change the very course of our lives. Joy. Visualize this. Your surroundings are safe and familiar. Things are going your way, even better than you expected. At the moment, the situation requires little effort on your part. These are the circumstances that spark joy. If you had the good fortune, as I did when my second son was born, to give birth in a nurturing environment with only the most supportive people present, for me these were my husband and, only when needed, my nurse midwife, the first moments that you held your newborn were perhaps the most joy-filled of your life. Sadly, not all birth stories unfold as textbook cases of joy. When my first son was born, the joy I felt at finally meeting him face to face was sullied by painful complications and an overwhelmed nurse midwife. And many births, especially in the United States, are too scripted, too rushed, too public, and too medicated to inspire true, heartfelt joy. There are many other sources of joy as well. Perhaps your coworkers have just surprised you with a birthday party, or you open a letter to find an unexpected bonus, or you're out to dinner with new friends and delighting in their good company. Joy feels bright and light. Colors seem more vivid. There's a spring in your step, and your face lights up with a smile and an inner glow. You feel like taking it all in. You feel playful. You want to jump in and get involved. What brings you joy? Gratitude. Imagine you've just realized that someone has gone out of their way to do something good for you. Your neighbor, a retired school teacher, offered to entertain your kids for a few hours one afternoon. A mentor gently steers your career in the right direction. Your spouse cleans up and makes dinner on your busiest day so you don't have to. A store clerk is especially helpful and kind as you make a complicated exchange. The neighbor kid shovels your walkway after a heavy snow. Or maybe it's not even a person who has brought you tremendous benefit. We can feel grateful for breathing clean air, having able bodies, or having a safe and comfortable place to rest when weary. In any case, gratitude comes when we appreciate something that has come our way as a gift to be treasured. Gratitude opens your heart and carries the urge to give back, to do something good in return, either for the person who helped you or for someone else. Gratitude, though, has an evil twin, indebtedness. If you feel you have to pay someone back, then you're not feeling grateful, you're feeling indebted, which often feels distinctly unpleasant. Indebtedness pays back begrudgingly, as part of the economy of favors. In contrast, gratitude gives back freely and creatively. It's a truly pleasant feeling intermixed with joy and heartfelt appreciation. And gratitude doesn't play by the rules. It's not the etiquette we teach our kids. Too often I find myself prodding my kids with, "What do you say?" when they're silent upon receiving a gift or a kindness. When they push out a monotone "thanks," they're only being polite, not grateful. Gratitude is not mindless manners or tit-for-tat reciprocity. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. True gratitude is heartfelt and unscripted. The film and social movement Pay It Forward is a great example of gratitude in action. It started with one boy doing 3 good deeds for 3 others. The one request the young benefactor had was that instead of paying the favor back, the recipients should pay it forward to 3 new people in some creative and fitting way. When was the last time you felt grateful? Not polite or indebted, but truly and openly grateful. Serenity. Like joy, serenity enters when your surroundings are safe and familiar and require little effort on your part. But unlike joy, serenity is much more low-key. It's when you let out that long, luxurious sigh because your current circumstances are so comfortable and so right. It's when you lie back in a shaded hammock after a day of strenuous and rewarding work in your garden. It's strolling down a sandy beach on a bright morning with ocean sounds filling your head and a cool breeze tingling your skin. It's curling up with a good book and a warm lap cat with your favorite cup of tea beside you. It's that sinking into the mat feeling of Savasana, the traditional closing pose in yoga practice. Serenity makes you want to sit back and soak it in. It's a mindful state that carries the urge to savor your current circumstances and find ways to integrate them into your life more fully and more often. When you tell yourself, I need to do this more often, that's serenity. I call serenity the afterglow emotion. It often comes on the heels of other forms of positivity, like joy, pride, amusement, or awe. Just today, my 4-year-old son, high on having created his first wood sculpture in preschool, expressed this afterglow quality of serenity beautifully. As he got into the car after school, he sank back into his car seat and said with a smile and a sigh, I just love everything. Talk about mind-broadening. Think about the last time you savored a serene moment like this. Interest. Although you're feeling perfectly safe, something new or different draws your attention, filling you with a sense of possibility or mystery. Unlike joy and serenity, these circumstances call for effort and increased attention on your part. You're utterly fascinated. You're pulled to explore, to immerse yourself in what you're just now discovering. It's when you see a new path in the woods and want to find out where it leads. It's when you uncover a new set of challenges that allow you to build your skills, whether in cooking, bridge, or dancing. It's that fascinating new book that awakens you to new ideas. When you're interested, you feel open and alive. You can literally feel your horizons expanding in real time, and with them your own possibilities. The intense pull of interest beckons you to explore, to take in new ideas, and to learn more. When did interest last draw you in by the nose? Hope. Although most positivity arises when you feel safe and satiated, hope is an exception. If everything were already going your way, there would be little that you'd need to hope for. Hope comes into play when your circumstances are dire. Things are not going well for you, or there's considerable uncertainty about how things will turn out. Hope arises precisely within those moments when hopelessness or despair seem just as likely. Perhaps you've just failed an important test, lost your job, found a lump in your breast, or scooped up your child after a bloody bike accident. Hope, in desperate situations like these, is fearing the worst but yearning for better. Deep within the core of hope is the belief that things can change. No matter how awful or uncertain they are at the moment, things can turn out better. Possibilities exist. Hope sustains you. It keeps you from collapsing into despair. It motivates you to tap into your own capabilities and inventiveness to turn things around. It inspires you to plan for a better future. The anthropologist Lionel Tiger casts hope as the evolved antidote to our big human forebrains. Unlike any other earthly creature, we humans can envision our own future and, in doing so, all possible calamities. Without hope, our uniquely human ability to forecast our inevitable death and demise would leave us in motionless despair. With hope, we become energized to do as much as we can to make a good life for ourselves and for others. What is hope that motivated you to read this book? Pride. Pride is one of the so-called self-conscious emotions. We all know its evil cousins, shame and guilt. These painful feelings overcome us when we're to blame for something bad. Pride is the opposite. We're to blame for something good. As one of the so-called 7 deadly sins, pride has a mixed reputation. We say pride makes people's heads swell, or that pride comes before a fall. Any emotion can get too far, and perhaps this is especially true for pride. Unchecked, pride becomes hubris. But when specific and tempered with appropriate humility, pride is clearly a positive emotion. Pride blooms in the wake of an achievement you can take credit for. You invested your effort and skills and succeeded. It's that good feeling you get when you put the finishing touches on a home improvement project, whether it's fixing the washing machine, planting a garden, or redesigning your bedroom, or when you achieve something in school or at work, aced a test, won a race, made a sale, or published your ideas, or when you recognize that you made a difference to someone else through your help, kindness, or guidance. These are not just any achievements, but socially valued ones. We sense at a deep level that our actions will be valued by others. That is what makes pride a self-conscious emotion. Unless you're a sociopath, you're acutely aware of how your actions, good and bad, can be perceived by others. You feel pride when you're praiseworthy and guilt when you're blameworthy. Pride carries with it the urge to share the news of your achievements with others, either in words, "Hey, look what I did," gestures, upright posture, head tilted slightly back, slight smile, hands on hips, or arms raised in victory, or both. The mindscape of pride is expansive as well. It kindles dreams of further and larger achievements in similar domains. If I can do this, maybe I can open my own business, landscape the front yard, redesign the living room, earn a scholarship, make the Olympic team, be promoted, make a difference in the world. In this way, pride fuels the motivation to achieve. Well-controlled laboratory experiments show that when people feel pride, they are more likely to persist on difficult tasks. What makes you proud? And what has pride inspired you to do? Amusement. Sometimes something unexpected happens that simply makes you laugh. A friend makes a funny face after she tries your latest dinner creation. You mistakenly direct your preschooler to use the tub and get in the toilet. A neighbor shares her latest favorite joke. What do you call an agnostic, dyslexic insomniac? A colleague jokes about the worst time of day to hold meetings. Not intending to wring the fun out of such silliness, social scientists describe these circumstances as non-serious social incongruity. This label makes 2 important distinctions about the surprises, or incongruities, that bring amusement. First, amusement is social. Although at times we laugh alone, those laughs are only pale renditions of the laughter we share with another. In fact, like yawns, laughter is highly contagious. Second, surprises are only amusing if they are embedded within safe contexts, not if they are dangerous or threatening. If your friend makes a face because she's choking, or if your neighbor's joke is offensive, you're not amused. By definition, then, amusements are non-serious. Heartfelt amusement brings the irrepressible urge to laugh and share your joviality with others. Shared laughter signals that you find your current situation to be safe and light-hearted, and that you'd like to use this blessed time to build connections with others. When was the last time you laughed? Inspiration. Every so often you come across true human excellence. You transcend the ordinary, seeing better possibilities than usual. Witnessing human nature at its very best can inspire and uplift you. Perhaps you see a colleague step away from his own pressing schedule to patiently help a disoriented older man find his way through the labyrinth of the medical center. Or you see the tennis genius Roger Federer play a flawlessly fluid game in the U.S. Open. You read the work of a poet who seems to see into the core of the human soul. Or you witness one of your role models doing what she does best. Feeling inspired rivets your attention, warms your heart, and draws you in. It's the polar opposite of feeling disgusted by human depravity, which instantly repels you. Inspiration doesn't simply feel good. It makes you want to express what's good and do good yourself. It creates the urge to do your best so that you can reach your own higher ground. Along with gratitude and awe, inspiration is considered one of the self-transcendent emotions. It's a form of positivity that pulls us out of our shell of self-absorption. Sadly, inspiration is not the only response you might have to seeing someone else do something extraordinarily well. Like gratitude, inspiration has an evil twin. Whether you call it resentment or envy, it arises when you see human excellence and respond with negativity. We grumble, mock, tear the person down, or beat ourselves up for not doing equally well. When we compare ourselves with someone who does better than we do, sometimes we get discouraged instead of inspired. Whether you respond to human excellence with positivity or negativity is a choice. It's a choice about whether your heart is open or closed. With this choice, you step onto an upward spiral or a downward spiral. Can you think of a time when you made the choice to be inspired? Awe. Closely related to inspiration, awe happens when you come across goodness on a grand scale. You literally feel overwhelmed by greatness. By comparison, you feel small and humble. Awe makes you stop in your tracks. You are momentarily transfixed. Boundaries melt away, and you feel part of something larger than yourself. Mentally, you're challenged to absorb and accommodate the sheer scale of what you've encountered. Sometimes we're awed by nature, as with stunning sunsets at the Grand Canyon, or by seeing, hearing, and feeling the power of ocean waves smashing and wearing away at the rocky cliffs of the Pacific shoreline. Other times we're awed by humanity, as when we see Neil Armstrong take his first step on the moon, or visit the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris and stand beneath the great rose window aglow in the morning sun. Although a form of positivity, awe at times sits so close to the edge of safety that we get a whiff of negativity as well. Awe mixes with fear when we've witnessed a tornado or seen the World Trade Center towers collapse. Awe, like gratitude and inspiration, is a self-transcendent emotion. It compels us to see ourselves as part of something much larger, whether it's God's great creation or this nation's great progress. Awe can also bind us emotionally to powerful and charismatic leaders who often seem larger than life. What has transfixed you with awe? Love. There's a reason love is called a many-splendor thing. It's not a single kind of positivity. It's all of the above, encompassing joy, gratitude, serenity, interest, hope, pride, amusement, inspiration, and awe. What transforms these other forms of positivity into love is their context. When these good feelings stir our hearts within a safe, often close relationship, we call it love. In the early stages of a relationship, tied up within your initial attraction, you're deeply interested in anything and everything this new person says and does. You share amusements and laugh together, often as a result of the awkwardness of coming together for the first time. As your relationship builds and perhaps surpasses your expectations, it brings great joy. You begin to share your hopes and dreams for your future together. As the relationship becomes more solid, you sink back into the cozy serenity that comes with the security of mutual love. You're grateful for the joys your beloved brings into your life, as proud of their achievements as you are of your own, inspired by their good qualities, and perhaps in awe of the forces of the universe that brought you two together. Each of these moments could equally be described as a moment of love. So even though love is often the most common flavor of positivity that people feel, I reserved it for last so that you could better appreciate its many facets. Viewing love in this way can also sharpen your ability to see love as a momentary state, as a surge, and not simply as a description of one of your relationships, be it with your spouse, child, parent, or sibling. These intimate relationships might best be viewed as the products of recurrent surges of love. Although multifaceted, love has a characteristic nonverbal display, as we nod our heads affirmatively toward our loved ones and lean in toward them. Love also changes the inner chemistry of our bodies. It raises our oxytocin and progesterone levels, biological responses linked with lifelong bonds, trust, and intimacy. Think of a time when you felt love surge within you. Thinking makes it so. Positivity comes in many flavors. It's the longing to embrace that you experienced when a loved one returns. It's the laugh you share with a neighbor as you watch your kids acting silly. It's the ease you feel when you find a comfortable spot to sit and relax. It's the fascination of watching a crackling fire, ocean waves, or human excellence in action. It's the dreams you hold for your future, or the future of your community. Positivity can be found everywhere. Yet in all cases, positivity is fragile. Whether it's a moment of joy, serenity, or inspiration, it can be squashed in the flash of an eye or in the firing of a few neurons. Suppose, for instance, that your loved one returns home, but you're preoccupied with your own activities. You might be so caught up in finding receipts for last year's income tax return that you scarcely notice that someone has entered the house. Or what if, at the same moment you and your neighbor kids erupt in silliness, you were rushing to load everyone in the car to make an appointment? Or suppose you find that comfortable spot to rest, but instead of settling back, you instantly feel guilty about taking a break and anxiously spend your time updating your mental to-do list. Or when watching the fire, the waves, or display of human talent, you take it to be rather ordinary, hardly worth your attention. Or maybe your dreams never get off the ground because you weigh them down with self-doubt and cynicism. My point is that whether you experience positivity or not depends vitally on how you think. Positive emotions, like all emotions, arise from how you interpret events and ideas as they unfold. They depend on whether you allow yourself to take a moment to find the good, and on whether, once you've found it, you pump that goodness up and let it grow. This dependence on thinking is what makes positivity so fragile. Our minds can be overstuffed with worries, doubts, and demands. Add to this the nearly continuous drip of media messages we take in from our televisions, radios, iPods, and billboards. No wonder we often don't have space in our head to focus on others. Celebrate silliness. See the extraordinary right under our noses, or let our dreams grow big. People who enjoy the sweet fruits of positivity in their lives intuitively understand this simple truth. We all have the power to turn positivity on and off for ourselves. Experiment with this. Turn positivity on right now. Take a moment to notice your physical surroundings, whether you are in your living room, dorm room, or bathroom, or on the bus, subway, or train. Ask yourself, what's right about my current circumstances? What makes me lucky to be here? What aspect of my current circumstances might I view as a gift to be treasured? How does it benefit me or others? Taking time to think in this manner can ignite the inner glow of gratitude that enlivens your eyes and softens your face with a smile, however faint. I regularly ride the bus to work. When I ride, I read. In my busy day, my bus ride is virtually the only time that I can count on to read what pleases me. So I look forward to my bus rides. Sitting on the bus, looking up from the pages of my book, I tell myself that I'm lucky that the bus route is so convenient, that in my town the bus is free, and my ride is long enough for me to finish a chapter. With a good book, I can transform my daily commute into mind-expanding time to myself. And if I sit in the right spot, each day I can catch a glimpse of my favorite fountain in the center of town. These thoughts, regular as they have become, help me start my workday with heartfelt appreciation for my town, for the author of the book I'm reading, and for the conditions of my life that allow me to be on this bus, in this town, and with this author's ideas mixing it up in my head. Experiment with asking yourself questions that draw you toward the positive. Pose them to yourself right now, wherever you are. See if creating mental space for seeking out and savoring the good can warm your heart and soften your face, calling forth a just noticeable smile. Before reading the next paragraph, be sure to take a few moments to savor and enjoy the good feeling you've created for yourself. Now turn positivity off. Positivity-spoiling questions come to mind readily. What's wrong here? What's bothering me? What could be different and better? Who's to blame? Try asking yourself these sorts of questions. Follow your answers and the chain of thoughts they produce. Notice how quickly your positivity plummets. My morning bus ride can quickly turn sour. If I let myself seek out what's wrong, I can find plenty. On any given morning, it may be colder than my jacket's warmth. If it's windy, my skin breaks out in uncomfortable hives. Nearly every day, about halfway along my quiet bus ride, a particular young man, always jovial, steps aboard and loudly greets whoever's near him, and I find myself rereading the same sentence over and again, trying to regain my concentration. I can find myself ruminating about the long list of things I should have done yesterday, last week, or last month, and think how much sooner I'd be in my office, catching up on my work, had I only driven my car instead. I think, why did the bus driver stop here for so long? Needless to say, with these initial rants running free, there is little to no space for positivity to take root. Oddly, even the simple act of explaining why a good thing is good can zap your positivity. It turns out that unexplained positivity lasts longer than positivity we analyze until we fully understand it. Scientific experiments have documented this sad paradox. With my training as a scientist, this is perhaps the most frequent way I've squelched my own positivity. Too often I've literally analyzed my budding positivity to death. I hope this exercise has convinced you that you hold the reins to your own positivity. Although it often seems that our emotions rain down on us as unpredictably as the weather, we have a surprising amount of control over the emotions we feel. This is especially true for positive emotions. We can turn them on almost whenever we choose, and nearly always we can coax them to linger just a bit longer. Although you have more control over your positivity than you may have realized, creating more positivity in your life is not simply a matter of wishful thinking. Good intentions alone won't make anyone happier. Suppose that right now you wanted to make your left shin sting with pain. Could you rouse the intended experience of pain simply by thinking about this limb and willing your body to feel pain there? Not likely. To carry out this intention, you would need to do more than apply sheer willpower. You would have to do something. And this something would need to be quite specific, like banging your leg against a table leg or coaxing someone else to kick you. Those actions could be considered the levers you might pull to carry out your intention to feel pain in your shin. By the same logic, you can't simply will yourself to feel a positive emotion. You must instead locate one of several quite specific levers to turn on your positivity. Certain forms of thought and action are these positivity levers. So just as you must do something to rouse a feeling of pain out of thin air, so too must you do something to rouse positivity when none previously existed. A fundamental difference between physical pain and emotions, however, is that the levers that turn on emotions can indeed be redirections of conscious thought. This means that you can think something as well as do something to rouse positivity. There is particular power in the questions you ask yourself. Simply asking yourself, what's going right for me right now, can unlock so much. If you're open and sincere as you seek meaningful, positive answers in this simple question, you prepare the soil for positivity to take root. Dewitt Jones, a photographer for National Geographic, stunningly illustrates the power of asking such questions in a video called "Celebrate What's Right with the World." In it, Jones tells how positivity infuses the ethic of National Geographic and discusses how it has changed his life. Through the lens of his camera, he shows us how seemingly ordinary people and places, even disappointing ones, can radiate tremendous beauty if only we persist in asking ourselves, what's right here? What can I celebrate? And are patient enough in letting our answers surface. The effect of this video has been powerful when I've shown it in class. One of my students told me she was always skeptical of nature photos in magazines. She assumed they were edited and wondered why she never saw pretty images when she looked at nature herself. Jones's teachings helped her realize that she never saw beauty because she didn't believe it was there. With her eyes newly opened by his compelling account, she paid more attention as she walked through campus. She told me later, sure enough, all of the beauty seemed to pop out when I had thought it didn't exist. The plants showed off their healthy green color, with rain droplets on the leaves. She said she'd never look at nature the same way again. Similar questions formed the launching point for appreciative inquiry, or AI, an approach to organizational change that has spread like wildfire through business consulting circles. Most often, business consultants are hired to solve problems. It's no wonder, then, that most open their dialogue with you or your work group by asking you to describe the problem. You may even have scripted an answer so that question in your head before the consultant arrived. So a consultant who practices AI may take you by surprise. She'll start by asking you to tell me about this work group at its very best. Her goal is to create a vivid and detailed image of what's working, using positivity to inspire and energize the changes that may be needed to bring out the best more often. The view from here. You now know 10 ways to cultivate positivity. Your positivity palette includes the distinct states of joy, gratitude, serenity, interest, hope, pride, amusement, inspiration, awe, and love. Each has its own unique levers. Making small changes in the ways you appreciate and frame the events of your day can turn positivity on. I suspect you feel more at home with some forms of positivity than with others. This is natural. Yet I invite you to get to know each form of positivity better by studying your own experiences and locating when you felt each of many varieties of positivity. In Chapter 11, I'll encourage you to expand the self-study by making your own personalized portfolio for each of the 10 states you encountered here. Although each type of positivity arises for different reasons and feels somewhat unique, my laboratory studies show that they are all a common core. Each holds the ability to broaden and build your life. Each lays a pathway toward your higher ground, and as your positivity ratio reaches its tipping point, each helps you to flourish. In the next 4 chapters, I'll tell you about the scientific evidence that justifies my bold claims for positivity. My hope is that once you appreciate the depth of this evidence, you'll come to feel even more confident and hopeful. So much so that you'll be inspired to begin experimenting with your own sources of positivity. Even more than all the exciting new science, your own experimentation will launch you on a path of understanding and flourishing.
Chapter 4. Broaden your mind. There's a way of breathing that's a shame and a suffocation, and there's another way of expiring a love breath that lets you open infinitely. Rumi. Positivity, whether it blooms as joy, serenity, or any other hue on your positivity palette, literally gives you a new outlook on life. This, as I've mentioned, is the first core truth about positive emotions. They open us. Imagine yourself as a flower in springtime, your petals drawn in tightly around your face. If you can see out at all, it's only a speck of light. You can't appreciate much of what goes on around you. Yet once you feel the warmth of the sun, things change. You begin to soften. Your petals loosen and begin to stretch outward, exposing your face and removing your delicate blinders. You see more and more. Your world quite literally expands. Possibilities unfold. Some flowers bloom just once. Other flowers, like daylilies, close up every evening and bloom again every time they see the sun. Sunlight is essential to the growth of all green plants. Plants know this. They turn toward the light, stretching themselves open to take in as much as they can. Scientists call this heliotropic effect. A similar heliotropic effect has been described in people. Positivity is essential to the growth of all humans. We know this instinctively. We turn toward positivity, stretching our minds open to take in as much as we can. I call this the Broaden effect. Positivity broadens our minds and expands our range of vision. The effect is temporary. Just as daylilies retract when sunlight fades, so do our minds when positivity fades. Threatened with negativity, our minds constrict even further. There's no limit to how often our minds can cycle through these moments or expand in retracted awareness. As positivity and negativity flow through us, the scope of our awareness blooms and retracts accordingly. Here, I've borrowed metaphors from the poet's toolkit to convey how readily positivity broadens our minds. For 2 decades, I've tested the Broaden effect with the tools of science. My scientific investigations of positivity give me the confidence to make the claims that I do. The news I share is not simply poetic, based only on my own life experience. In fact, it is based on the actions and experiences of hundreds of thousands of people, volunteers tested in my laboratory, and those of other scientists around the world. These people were tested in experiments that attempted to debunk the Broaden effect, to prove it wrong. Yet time and again, against the odds, evidence emerged that positivity broadens us. I've become convinced that it's a core truth about being human. You can play around with these ideas yourself. You'll need a sheet of scrap paper and something to write with. Set them aside for the moment, but have them handy. When you're ready, I invite you to study the back of your hand. You may have heard someone say they know a place like the back of their hand. But how well do any of us really know the backs of our hands? Look now at the back of your hand. Describe to yourself everything you see, the textures and colors of your skin, the topography of your bones and veins, the patterns within each of your knuckles. Take a minute or so to simply study the back of your hand. Get to know it like never before.
Now get your pen and paper and make a list of what you want to do right now. Assume you've got a free half hour with no pressing demands. Consider the feeling you got while examining your hand and write down what this feeling makes you want to do. Got your list? Good. For the moment, set it aside. Let's move on to something different. When you're ready, I invite you to imagine and relive a joyful moment, one in which everything's going your way and you can scarcely hold back a smile. You're simply beaming. Sit with this joyful feeling for a few moments, imagining all aspects of your surroundings and sensations. Let your good feelings grow. Appreciate them like never before. Now go back to your pen and paper. Make a new list. What does this new, joyful feeling make you want to do right now? Again, assume you've got a free half hour with no pressing demands. Consider the feeling you get when reliving your joy, and write down everything that this feeling makes you want to do. Got your second list? Good. Now compare. Count the ideas that came to mind after studying your hand. Compare that with the number that came to mind when you felt joyful. Which list is longer? If you're like most people, your list was longer with positivity. This is one way positivity broadens us. It calls forth more possibilities from within us than we typically see, and certainly more than we see under the influence of negativity. Together with Christine Brannigan, a former doctoral student, I conducted an experiment not too different from this exercise. One by one, we tested a sample of 104 people, some of whom we randomly assigned to experience either amusement or serenity, and others to experience either anger or fear. Still others were assigned to experience neutrality, no particular feeling at all. We then posed a question. Given this feeling, make a list of what you want to do right now. Those who felt either amused or serene came up with the longest lists. Their lists were longer than those who felt neutral, and longer than those who felt angry or scared. Positivity unlocked more possibilities for them. The exercise I invited you to play with was different. My aim was to have you experience two different states, one neutral and one joyful. Having you study the back of your hand was my way to put you temporarily in a somewhat neutral mood. Only you can decide whether it really worked. Similarly, only you can decide whether your efforts to rekindle joy worked. If these thought exercises worked for you, odds are that your joyful list was longer. Reflecting broadened possibilities. Positivity opens us. It allows us to consider possibilities that are otherwise hidden from view. Positivity broadens at abstract levels as well. Consider the figure below. 3 boxes. Would you say it's a triangle, or would you say it's a group of squares? Clearly it's both. There's no right or wrong answer. To infer the scope of people's attention, we ask them to pick out a similar arrangement of shapes. Do they see this arrangement as more similar to a triangle made up of smaller triangles, or to a square made up of smaller squares? In conducting experiments with images like these, I've discovered that whether people see the big picture, the triangle in this case, depends on their current emotional state. When we inject people with positivity, their outlook expands. They see the big picture. When we inject them with neutrality or negativity, their peripheral vision shrinks. There is no big picture, no dots to connect. Through experiments like this, I've learned I could broaden the very scope of people's attention simply by making them feel good. Our emotions are connected to our outlooks via a simple cause and effect relationship. As positivity flows through our hearts, it simultaneously broadens our minds, allowing us to see both the forest and the trees. The effect is exquisitely subtle. Some of our laboratory experiments assesses people's positivity by tracking the electrical signals within certain muscles of their faces. Remember, when your positivity is genuine, it draws smiling eyes together with a smiling mouth. With precisely placed sensors, we can measure tiny electrical signals in the 𝔸𝕝𝕉𝕠𝕟𝕘 the muscle that pulls your lip corners up, and the Ⅎ𝕝𝕉𝕠𝕟𝕃 oculi, the muscles that crinkles the skin around your eyes, long before they're strong enough to create any recognizable facial expression. My students and I discovered that when firing in tandem, these two facial muscles forecast flexible and broadened attention captured by computerized tests that measures people's responses in milliseconds. Your smile, then, quite literally opens you. In the moment you're smiling, you're more receptive, more able to see the big picture. Scientists at Brandeis University, using sophisticated eye-tracking technology, have replicated my discovery that positive emotions broadens people's attentions. Volunteers viewed pictures on a computer screen while a camera recorded their eye movements 60 times a second, compensating for any movements their heads made. By random assignment, volunteers were injected with positivity or not. The picture groupings included 3 photographs each, always arranged with one in the center and 2 at the periphery. Volunteers viewed the slideshow naturally, looking at whatever interested them, as if they were watching television. By tracking where they directed their eyes, these scientists confirmed that, under the influence of positivity, people looked around more, and more frequently fixed their gaze on peripheral photos. Quite literally, then, positivity changes your outlook on life. It expands your worldview. You take more in. The one exception was when the pictures were aversive. In an instant, negativity zapped broadened attention. Going back to that daylily analogy, if the sky darkens, the daylily closes. I suspect our minds are even faster to close than daylilies. Yet another demonstration of the fragility of positivity. But so long as your surroundings are benign, when positivity flows through you, the scope of your awareness blooms. What a difference a broadened mind makes. One practical consequence of positivity's mind-broadening powers is enhanced creativity. A broad mind changes the way you think and act in a wide range of circumstances. When you see more ideas come to mind. More actions become possible. This fact was demonstrated by a team of scientists at the University of Toronto. They injected volunteers with positivity, negativity, or utter neutrality, and tested them on 2 very different tasks. One task measured the scope of visual attention by tracking the influence of peripherally presented information. The other task measured verbal creativity by asking volunteers to come up with a single word that related to 3 given words, for instance, mower, atomic, and foreign. The researchers learned that when people felt positive, their performance on the 2 tasks changed in tandem. The broader the scope of their visual attention, the more creative they became on the verbal task. This is an important linkage because it documents that positivity broadens minds in multiple, interrelated ways. At a fundamental level, then, positivity alters your brain and changes the way you interact with the world. Positivity is an especially good investment when you need creative solutions fast. Indeed, students do better on standardized tests when they enter them having self-generated a positive emotion. But suppose you're not a student and you no longer take exams. Odds are that scientists have studied people like you as well. The evidence shows that simply imagining a joyful memory or receiving a small kindness can make a difference in the ease with which people locate creative and optimal solutions to the problems they face on a daily basis. Scientists at Cornell University examine the way physicians make medical diagnoses by having them think out loud while they solve the case of a patient with liver disease. Astonishingly, this research team found that when they gave physicians a small gift, simply a bag of candy, those physicians were better at integrating case information and less likely to become fixated on their initial ideas, coming to premature closure in their diagnosis. Whether you're the physician or the patient, I think you'd agree that better clinical reasoning is a good thing. Perhaps alongside the list of physical complaints we bring to our doctor's office, we should also bring small gifts of kindnesses. Likewise, scientists at UC Berkeley Haas School of Business examined how positivity affects managers. They found that managers with great positivity were more accurate and careful in making their decisions, and were more effective interpersonally. Other studies show that managers with greater positivity infect their work groups with greater positivity as well, which in turn produces better coordination among team members and reduces the effort needed to get their work done. A different team of scientists from the Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern University learned that when people negotiate complex bargains, positivity again makes a difference. Participants in their experiments were MBA students enrolled in negotiation courses. It's safe to assume these were success-driven people, highly invested in negotiating winning contracts. At random, the research team assigned some negotiators to display positivity, and others to display negativity or neutrality. In each case, they did this by sharing expert advice that displaying such emotions, or a non-emotional poker face, would improve their bargaining style. They then left these budding entrepreneurs loose with a bargaining partner and a dispute to settle. Negotiators who strategically displayed positivity were more likely to gain concessions, close deals, and incorporate future business relationships into the contracts they forged. Common wisdom tells us that deal makers should be rational, even-tempered, unflappably neutral, or perhaps tough, committed and hot-headed, seething negativity. These are myths. Scientific experiments confirm that people who come to the bargaining table with a cooperative and friendly spirit riding on positivity strike the best business deals. So whether you're in business or simply deal with businesses, this scientific research can serve as a powerful reminder that leading with positivity is not simply about being nice, giving in, or giving away the store. Rather, positivity broadens your outlook, bringing more possibilities into view. With positivity, your thoughts and actions surface more spontaneously. You're better able to envision future prospects and win-win solutions. You become more apt to build lasting relationships, attracting loyalty instead of bitterness. Upward spirals within you. As you've seen, most research on the Broaden effect takes place in laboratories. In controlled laboratory settings, scientists are able to zoom in on the immediate effects positivity produces on people's visions, attention, thinking, choices, and behavior. Building on this work, scientists have also widened their lens to include the real-life, downstream repercussions of broadened thinking. This work uniquely reveals the paths that positivity cuts in our lives. Let me describe a study on mind broadening that examined a wider stretch of time. This is work I did in collaboration with Thomas Joyner, a leading scientist of mood disorders and the director of the psychology clinic at Florida State University. We surveyed a large group of university students and then surveyed them again 5 weeks later. Each time we measured their degree of positivity as well as their tendency to handle stresses in an open-minded manner. This boiled down to whether they agreed with survey items, asking them whether, when they faced problems, they stepped back from the situation to envision a wide range of possible solutions. We discovered that people who enjoyed more positivity in their lives were more able to cope with adversity in an open-minded way. They saw more solutions.
This may not be surprising to you, given the evidence I've already shared about the Broaden effect. More inspiring yet was the discovery of how this unfolded over time. The most positive people in the sample became even more positive 5 weeks later, precisely because their minds became increasingly open when they faced problems. Their openness allowed them to find solutions that not only helped them cope with troubles they faced, but also strengthened their positivity. When we sliced the data in a different way, we discovered that the most open-minded people became even more open-minded 5 weeks later, precisely because they experienced increasing amounts of positivity. Another way to say this is that positivity and openness feed on each other, each reinforcing and catalyzing the other. This is the upward spiral that positivity triggers within you. It opens pathways that lead to growth. It epitomizes flourishing. Just imagine the possibilities that positivity might hold for your own life. In more recent work, Joyner's students and I have replicated the evidence for upward spirals, fueled by positivity, and linked them not only to changes in open-minded coping, but also to changes in all kinds of effective ways to cope with trying times. Additionally, we found that another form of openness, trust in others, works in the same way. Positivity and trust feed on each other. As our positivity grows, so does our trust in others, and vice versa. And this is just the beginning. The social repercussions of positivity run even deeper. The next section tells us how. From me to we. The news from a great variety of experiments is that positivity broadens your outlook. It literally expands your mindscape, bringing new possibilities into view. Although this effect is subtle, at times totally imperceptible, the implications for your relationships are enormous. My students and I have discovered that positivity even broadens people's views of themselves. This is pivotal for relationships. The often well-guarded boundaries that separate me from you begin to fade from view. As they do, new possibilities for connection emerge. Take a quick look at the series of overlapping circles below. Now, for just a moment, call to mind the most recent argument you had with your spouse, romantic partner, or best friend. Where were you? What were you fighting about? Who said what? At that moment, what were you feeling? With this heated argument firmly in mind, which pair of circles best represents how you then felt about your relationship? Now set aside that unsettling fight. Call to mind the most tender and warm-hearted moments in that same relationship. Where were you? What was happening? What did you do or say? At that cozy moment, what were you feeling? Now, with this loving moment infusing you, which pair of circles best depicts how you feel about your relationship? Did the circles get closer? This way of representing the quality of relationships was introduced by Art Aaron, one of the world's leading scientists studying human relationships. Aaron and his colleagues have asked thousands of romantically involved people to use this set of overlapping circles to represent how they feel about their relationships. This simple measure is so powerful, it outperforms lengthier surveys and interviews when it comes to forecasting which couples stay together and which couples break up. The more overlap you see between you and your partner, the better odds your relationship faces in the long run. Aaron and colleagues call this concept self-expansion and define it as incorporating the other person's skills, traits, and resources as one's own. Interestingly, they identify self-expansion as a key trigger of positivity. Extraordinarily rapid self-expansion, according to these researchers, is what makes falling in love so exhilarating. My students and I turned Aaron's logic upside down. Stepping off from our earlier evidence that positivity broadens, we predicted that positivity would expand people's self-views.
We first asked college students to use the circles to convey how they felt about their relationship with their best friend. Next, we injected positivity, negativity, or utter neutrality. We then gave them another set of overlapping circles and asked them to again select a pair of circles that reflect how they felt about their best friend. Doing experiments like these, we found that a temporary boost in positivity allowed people to see more overlap between themselves and others. With positivity, people feel closer and more connected to the important people in their lives. This change occurs at a very basic perceptual level within our minds. We know this because participants in our study were not hanging out with their best friends, being warm and enjoying their good company. They were simply thinking about their best friends and feeling closer. As positivity broadens your mind, it shifts your core view of people and relationships, bringing them closer to your center, to your heart. With positivity, you go from classifying people as separate me and you to seeing more interconnection as in we and us. The effect is so reliable that we found it cross-culturally. As a scientist, I've been extraordinarily lucky because my ideas and experiments have drawn the interest and curiosity of other scientists from around the world. Some have even followed their curiosity all the way to my research lab and taken up residence as visiting scholars. These scientists' openness to explore ideas and travel the world has been a true gift. They've become invaluable collaborators who have expanded the impact and reach of my ideas. This is yet another example of how positivity, this time in the form of intellectual curiosity, broadens exposure and builds both strategic alliances and globe-spanning friendships. The year my students and I were first investigating the effects of positivity on self-other overlap, I was doubly blessed. 𝔸𝕝𝕦𝕓, a scientist from India, trained in the United States, joined our ongoing conversations about this line of research. Later that same year, Keiko Otaki, a scientist from Japan, trained in Japan, arrived as well. Each independently decided to test our hypothesis in her own home country. Their results were strikingly similar to ours. Whether in the city of Pune, in the state of Maharashtra within India, the cities of Kobe and Shimomi in Japan, or in Ann Arbor, Michigan in the United States, positivity made people see more overlap between themselves and their best friends. I'm particularly excited about these cross-cultural data because India and Japan differ from the United States in deep ways. Scientists have identified these cultures as ones that, relative to the United States, foster more connected and more interdependent views of self. Compared with North Americans, most people in India and Japan already see more overlap between themselves and closely connected others. Could positivity boost perceptions of self-other overlap even when self-other overlap is the cultural norm? Yes, it could. The evidence suggests that no matter what your cultural background, feelings of openness and connection with others ebb and flow. These changes are not random. Positivity drives the effect. It opens our eyes and allows us to see our oneness with others. We all look the same to me. The news from this series of experiments is that heartfelt positivity allows you to grasp your basic oneness with close others. Feelings of oneness come and go, not at random, but in step with your feelings of joy, gratitude, love, and the like. But what about strangers? Can positivity alter your view of people you don't even know? The answer is a resounding yes. My guess is that you'll be as amazed as I was, and still am, when you learn just how positivity matters here. Throughout this book, my goal has been to share with you my scientific findings. Every one of those findings was one we predicted, except this one. I jokingly refer to these results as the finding that found us. It started with Karen Johnson, then a doctoral student working with me, now an assistant professor at Temple University, reasoned that if positive emotions broaden the scope of people's attention, allowing them to see the big picture holistically, then positivity should also improve people's ability to recognize faces. This prediction follows a long line of experiments that had already documented that people recognized faces differently from, and far better than, they recognized common objects. When you need to decide whether you've seen a given object before, you examine its features. You might ask yourself, did the coffee mug I used yesterday have a handle of that shape? Did it have a chip on the bottom? Was it thinner than this mug? By contrast, evidence suggests that when you need to decide whether you've seen a specific face before, you don't examine features. You don't ask yourself, have I seen this nose before? Is this the same eye color that I remember? Were her lips thinner than these? No, instead you take in someone's face as a whole. In a fraction of a second, you match the entire configuration of a person's face to what's stored in your memory. All people become expert at recognizing human faces. Scientists have even identified specific brain areas that underlie this remarkable ability. Although we may not always remember a person's name, or whether we met her, we're usually pretty good at knowing whether we've seen that person before. Based on these past findings, Karim predicted that if we injected people with positivity, their temporarily broadened minds would allow them to see the whole face of a person's face even faster, making them even better at recognizing strangers. Karim conducted his first experiment by injecting research participants, tested one by one, with positivity, negativity, or neutrality. He then showed them a series of 28 faces, very quickly, for just half a second each, with a 2-second delay between photos. Later, he tested their recognition of these faces by showing a series of 56 faces in random order. Half of those faces had been shown previously, half had not. Study participants could examine the faces as long as they needed. Their job was to decide whether they'd seen that face before. When Karim came to our lab meeting with his data in hand, it was clear he was frustrated. His plots of face recognition rates by experimental condition looked close to what we had predicted. Yet the statistical tests were all non-significant, suggesting the pattern we saw might well have occurred by chance alone. We puzzled about this for days, plotting the data in different ways. We broke it down to look at male and female faces, and male and female participants separately. By chance, Karim had used a set of faces that included both white and Asian faces, half of each. So we broke the data down that way as well. That's when it popped. Positivity improved face recognition only for the Asian faces. Looking closer, we saw that the effect was stronger still when we zeroed in on our white participants, which were the majority of our sample. Completely by surprise, we found ourselves contributing to the scientific discussion of racial bias. A long series of experiments had already confirmed that people are notoriously bad at recognizing individuals across racial lines. Whereas a bigot might say, they all look the same to me, scientists call this phenomenon the own race bias in face recognition. Not much seems to budge this entrenched bias. Not even years spent in ethnically diverse schools and job sites. One suggestion, heart-wrenching in its implications, is that when you try to figure out whether you've previously seen the face of someone whose race differs from your own, you adopt the same mental strategy that you use for recognizing objects. You examine features. Have I seen those eyes before? Is that nose the same shape? Another suggestion is that people are so busy classifying others by race that they miss the chance to see the person behind the racial label. Indeed, scientists have discovered that the first thing we notice about another person is their race. We notice a person's race within about 100 milliseconds. By comparison, we notice their sex within about 150 milliseconds. When you see someone of your own race may well seem invisible to you. You know in an instant that he's one of us, which leaves room to absorb and appreciate his uniqueness. Because Kareem's finding was unexpected, it was critical to replicate it. We needed to be sure it wasn't a fluke, that 1 in 100 chance that the data pointed to something that wasn't real. Kareem went back to the lab and tested our newfound hypothesis that positive emotions improved people's recognition of cross-race faces. To be especially rigorous, he did this in many different ways. He used black faces instead of Asian faces. He injected emotions immediately before the recognition test, instead of before they saw the faces for the first time. Each time the same finding surfaced again, so the effect was reliable, making us certain that it pointed to something real. Also, the effect was utterly complete. Positive emotions didn't simply diminish the entrenched racial bias. It eliminated it altogether. Under the influence of positivity, people become just as good at recognizing individuals of another race as they are recognizing individuals of their own race. Even things that tend to divide people, like racial differences, seem to melt away when our hearts are warmed by positivity. As I said, this finding found us. We didn't seek it. By chance, we discovered that the oneness that you feel with others when positivity runs through you extends to strangers, even those you may otherwise perceive as very different from you. Instead of resorting to, "they all look the same to me," under the influence of positivity, you recognize that we all look the same to me. We're all humans. We're all one of us. Kareem's experiments are extraordinarily valuable, so much so that my colleagues at the University of Michigan honored him with an award for the best dissertation of the year in 2005. I see his work as further evidence that positivity broadens our minds, just as it broadens your view of me to include other people. It broadens your view of us to include all of us. This idea is compatible with the work of other scientists who have found that when people find themselves in diverse groups, positivity inspires them to set aside divisive group identities. We're Michigan Wolverines, and we hate Ohio State Buckeyes, and instead forge inclusive group identities. We're all students. Let's work together. Upward spirals surround you. If moments of heartfelt positivity uniquely allow you to see your oneness with others, both with people you're already close to and with complete strangers, then it stands to reason that positivity also changes the way you interact with others. A mountain of evidence confirms that it does. Some of the earliest experiments on positivity, conducted some 35 years ago by the pioneering psychologist Alice Eisen, showed that when people feel good, they are more likely to be kind and offer help to strangers. In Eisen's classic experiments, she'd make one set of participants feel good by giving them unexpected gifts, a cookie, a package of stationery, or causing them to receive a small windfall, such as a dime found in a payphone. Afterward, compared to those who didn't receive gifts, these people were more likely to spontaneously help a stranger pick up a pile of dropped papers, volunteer their time to help others, or make a phone call on someone else's behalf. More recent experiments confirm that our sense of oneness is what drives our willingness to help others in need. When you act on your sense of oneness with others and lend a helping hand, you externalize your positivity. It's moved from your own heart and mind into the space between you and another person. And just like negativity, positivity is remarkably contagious. Once out there, it spreads. In part, it spreads because people unconsciously mimic the emotional gestures and facial expressions of those around them. But that's only a small part of the story. Positivity also spreads because it sets off a chain of events that carry positive meaning for you and those around you. That classic work by Eisen tells us that positivity breeds helpful, compassionate acts. Sadly, most scientific investigations have stopped there. What those early accounts missed is that helpful, compassionate acts in themselves breed positivity, and in several intertwined ways. When you truly help someone else, there's a good chance that you feel gratified and, in a core sense, proud of what you did. Proud that you chose to act generously to the other person's benefit. As we saw in Chapter 3, pride broadens your mindset by igniting your visions about other and larger ways in which you might be helpful. The lofty dreams that pride inspires may at times seem misplaced, but there's a good chance that they'll move you to help again when the circumstances are right, because you now see yourself as someone who takes action. Now consider the same situation from the eyes of the person you helped. Odds are she feels good too. She may well feel grateful for the unexpected kindness she received. And gratitude, we've seen, broadens her mindset as she gets creative about how she might either pay it back to you or pay it forward to someone else. Either way, she's inclined to externalize her own positivity, adding more goodness to the social world. Beyond the dance of positivity between you and the person you helped, those who witness your good deed may well feel inspired, their hearts uplifted and elevated. This hue of positivity also makes people want to do good themselves. They're not passive bystanders. Their hearts are moved. When those onlookers act on these feelings, they too add more goodness to the social world. So just as positivity stokes upward spirals within you, allowing you to see more possibilities that in turn keep you buoyed up with increasing positivity, so too does positivity stoke upward spirals all around you. Once you let your positivity out, once you let it change the way you act toward others, it sparks these spirals between and within people. As the cycle continues, you and others are inspired to act on your good feelings further and repeatedly, turning them into additional good deeds. In this way, positivity can change whole communities. It can create more compassion and harmony where we need it most. Connecting to something larger. At such moments, you realize that you and the other are, in fact, one. It's a big realization. Survival is the second law of life. The first is that we are all one. Joseph Campbell. The scientific evidence that I've shared so far tells us that the moments Joseph Campbell had in mind in the passage above were ones infused with positivity, moments of deep gratitude, true inspiration, heartfelt joy, or heart-stopping awe. At such moments your mind is wide open, like the feeling you experience when you roll the top and windows down on the convertible car you've just rented. You notice more of what's out there. You appreciate the great mysteries of life. You can newly see the ways in which you are part of something much larger than yourself. Feelings of oneness are often tied to other people, but not always. We can also feel oneness with nature. Let me tell you about a powerful sense of oneness I experienced. It happened during the most awe-filled week of my life to date, when I attended a 7-day meditation retreat held exclusively for scientists using meditation to investigate the mind and consciousness. Virtually the entire retreat was held in silence. All activities were carried out without words, not just the meditations, both sitting and walking, but also eating, working, and gathering, all silent. I was shocked at how delicious the silence was. Without distractions, my senses were heightened. I could hear tiny birds fly that I'd once thought were soundless. I saw beauty in the most unexpected places. Each morning I hiked through the woods. It was January in Massachusetts, cold and snowy. My most stunning moments and oneness with nature were during those walks. One morning I came across a huge upended tree. The exposed underside was a gnarled tangle of roots, dirt, rocks, and plant life about 8 to 10 feet across. I realized for the first time how rigid my views of earth and tree had been. Earth was one thing, and trees were another. That morning I could see how wrong my thinking had been. Earth was a tree, and tree was the earth. Earth, which moments ago had seemed so solid and distinct, the very ground beneath my feet, was actually a wild mix of stones, dead plants, and more. That fallen tree would soon be the earth, and the earth was not solid. It was teeming with life and former life, constantly changing. Later that week, I saw myself in this great mix of life. Nearly all the trees were bare, and the trails I was navigating had a fresh cover of snow. Deep in the forest, I came across an impossibly bright patch of green moss, all but hidden beneath a blanket of white. Almost before I had the chance to recognize what I was seeing, a thought popped into my head. We're everywhere. I knew instantly that we was life itself. Life is everywhere, and I'm part of it. The moss and I were one. This realization still delights me. I'm not the detached scientific observer that I once fancied myself to be. I'm it. You're it. Moss is it. We're everywhere. That week I came to believe that oneness isn't merely a perception. It's what is. Positivity opens your mind and allows you to appreciate what is. Other moments, neutral ones and especially negative ones, hide what is from us. They have their own agenda that takes us away from the truth of oneness. By design, negativity inspires you to protect yourself, which often means pulling back and separating yourself from others. Also by design, positivity tells you that it's safe to recognize that you are not separate after all. The view from here. You've now toured some of the basic science of positivity. The first core truth I've shared with you is that positivity opens us. Now you know, despite the often flowery language of emotions, this isn't simply a metaphor. Data from a wide range of experiments show clear causal connections between people's emotional states and their outlooks on life. The more positivity courses through your neural circuits and your veins, the broader your mind will be. Positivity literally expands your peripheral vision, allowing you to see more than you typically do. As positivity expands the scope of your visual attention, it also expands the conceptual connections you make. You come up with more and better ideas, and when you face problems, positivity makes your solutions better. What's more, your positivity and your openness feed on and reinforce each other, creating a buoyant upward spiral within you. Positivity also alters how you see your connections with others. You think we instead of me. You look past things that separate you from others, like racial difference, to appreciate the uniqueness of strangers. The sense of oneness that positivity brings also inspires you to do what's right for others. You break out of your cocoon to lend a helping hand. As you do so, your positivity begets further positivity, in you and in those around you, creating even larger upward spirals that surround you and infuse your community. Positivity connects you to your full humanity, the full humanity of others, and the great mysteries of life itself. Positivity opens us with a new appreciation for the science that backs up this bold claim. You have more faith in the value of your efforts to cultivate heartfelt positivity in your own life. The next chapter describes the science that backs up the second core truth about positivity, that it transforms us for the better. This, I sense, you'll find even more inspiring. Chapter 5. Build your best future. Things that are good, and if one is responding to that goodness, one is in contact with the truth from which one is getting something. Thomas Merton. You are constantly changing, not just your clothes or your hairstyle, but your inner core.
the very essence of your being. Change is the rule, constancy the rare exception. Consider the change underway within you at this very moment. What you know as you is actually trillions of cells living and working together. Most only live for a few weeks or months. When they die, they are replaced by new cells. This cycle continues for as long as you live. The pace of cell renewal varies by body part. Your taste buds live only a few hours. Your white blood cells live about 10 days. Your muscle cells live about 3 months. Even your bones are made anew time and again. Considering these differences, scientists have suggested that you replace about 1% of your cells each day. That's 1% today, another 1% tomorrow, amounting to roughly 30% by next month, and 100% by next season. Seeing yourself and your cells in this way, every 3 months you get a whole new you. Perhaps it's no coincidence that it takes around 3 months to learn a new habit or make a lifestyle change. Perhaps we can't teach an old cell new tricks. Perhaps our best hope lies in teaching our new cells. At one time, scientists thought that your brain cells were different, that they didn't change. Perhaps they even orchestrated the cycle of cell death and rebirth elsewhere in your body. Not so. Even key brain cells wither away and are reborn. Every part of you can change, and your brain is no exception. More fascinating still is the discovery that the pace of cell renewal doesn't simply follow some predetermined script. It varies depending on what you do and how you feel. A key signal that tells your cells whether to decay or grow, for instance, is movement. A sedentary lifestyle hastens cell decay. An active lifestyle hastens cell renewal. This is true for both your body and your brain. Your emotions are thought to be another key signal. Negativity prompts cell decay. Positivity prompts cell growth. At a very basic biological level, then, positivity is life-giving. These scientific discoveries about the ever-changing nature of your body and brain are fully consistent with the second core truth about positivity. It transforms us for the better. Let's see how. Nina's transformation. I met Nina when she was in her mid-30s. By then she'd been married 15 years and had a 7-year-old daughter. She's a technical analyst at a large computer company in Detroit, a full-time job. When I first met her, she described her life as full of stress. Her job was especially challenging. When anyone in the company had a problem with their computer, they'd call the help desk. If the help desk couldn't help, someone on Nina's team was called. Her job was to work on unsolved problems until they were solved. She told me that her stress at work could get so bad that at times she just wanted to go home and bang her head against the wall. Then there was her mother. Nina's mother had recently been diagnosed with a brain tumor. It was stressful because the doctors couldn't figure out what was going on, how bad it was, or what would happen next. On top of all this, for years, Nina had longed to be pregnant. She and her husband desperately wanted a larger family, but month after month she'd find that their efforts had failed. She blamed herself. She had no self-confidence. She felt depressed and lonely most of the time. She cried a lot. She'd get terrible headaches. She told me her headaches were like someone had hit her in the back of the head with a baseball bat. She also had frequent stomach pains. That's where Nina was when I met her. Like countless others, she described her life as in a rut. As she put it, she felt that there's nothing to life. I just exist. I exist with the rest of the world. I'm just struggling a lot. There is no growth for me. At her best, she was languishing, just trying to get by. At her worst, she was depressed. Indeed, she'd struggled with depression on and off for years. My guess is that you can resonate with Nina's situation. You've been there, stressed, overwhelmed, spread too thin. Like Nina, perhaps you too have at times felt stuck, wondering if there was more to life.
Perhaps you too have longed for something better. I met Nina because she volunteered for a study of mine, one that happened to be hosted by her employer. In August of 2005, Nina and everyone else who worked at the company got an email message announcing that their wellness program was sponsoring a 7-week meditation workshop to help employees better manage stress. It was even offered for free. Nina jumped at the chance to sign up. She thought, "Oh, I've got to be a part of that. That might help me." This free workshop was part of a research study I conducted. Together with Michael Cohn, a former doctoral student, I was testing the build part of my broaden and build theory in a controlled experiment. At random, we assigned one group of volunteers to adopt a daily habit intended to increase positivity. A comparison group continued to live as usual. Both groups completed web-based surveys. We wanted to learn whether a particular form of meditation, crafted over centuries and specifically intended to increase heartfelt positivity, would, in some manner, change people's lives for the better. We collected a massive amount of data from Nina and her coworkers. Yet even within this heap of numbers, Nina's entries stood out. Her transformation was especially inspiring. So much so that when the study was over, I wrote to her and asked to interview her. That was something I'd never done before. I'm a quantitative researcher. Numbers are my life's work. Yet I knew in my bones that to hear her story face to face would mean so much more. I asked Nina for her story because I wanted to share it with you. I sensed that her words might help me better describe what's at stake for you and why you might want to experiment with positivity in your own life. Indeed, Nina's transformation may well pave the way for the transformation that matters most, your own. Given how Nina's life was going when the study started, it's not surprising to learn that her positivity ratio was seriously low, at about 1-to-1. We've seen that this is a typical ratio for people struggling with depression. Luckily for her, and completely by chance, Nina landed in our experimental group. She was thrilled to be picked. This meant that instead of simply completing our web-based surveys, she also got to join a meditation class, held at work over the lunch hour. Going to the first workshop session, she thought, "Okay, this is silly." One of her colleagues who went to the workshop with her arrived cynical, saying, "I see it as a free hour of sleeping." Nina was more open. She urged her colleague, "You've got to really listen to what the teacher is saying. Really listen, and let yourself go a little bit. Just let yourself go." Her friend continued to view the class as nap time. Nina thought, "Okay, whatever. I'm going to do it. You do your own thing. I'm here for me." Nina's meditation teacher was Sandra Finkel, who has a degree in public health and had been teaching meditation for more than 20 years. Sandra introduced basic principles of meditation, guided workshop participants through group meditations right in class, and answered any questions that Nina and others had for her. And to help them establish their own daily meditation practice, Sandra gave all workshop participants a CD on which she had recorded a series of guided meditations that they could follow at home. The guided meditations were about 20 minutes long. They didn't demand a huge time commitment, but Nina didn't always use the CD to meditate. She found the mix of silence and speaking to be too abrupt, so she listened enough to get the gist of the meditation and then meditated on her own while listening to her favorite calming music. The meditations taught in this course were different from those Nina had come across before, in that they aimed to cultivate feelings of love and kindness. With them, Nina found that her body relaxed. She'd get a soft, tingling feeling. It felt wonderful to get to this peaceful place within her. Before the study began, if she came home from work and found her husband sitting down, she'd question him. "How can you sit down when there are things to be done?" She described herself as just run, 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 run. During the study, she realized, "You know what? There are always going to be dishes to be done. Why do I have to do them now? No, I'm going to sit and relax because I love the way my legs feel when I relax. Physically, I feel a lot better now. I don't have as many headaches anymore. I don't have the stomach pains. I've learned how to relax. I know how to do it now. It feels great. I never knew how to relax before, and now I can just really let go." She described her experience with meditation as finding myself again. Yet at the same time, she came to recognize that life's not all about me anymore. She realized that life's about working together and connecting with others. "We all want the same things," she told me. "Everyone wants to be happy. Everyone wants to be loved." Sure enough, the 1-minute web surveys that Nina completed every day at the end of her workday documented these changes in her emotional outlook. Slowly, as she began to meditate more regularly, Nina's positivity ratio rose, eventually to about 6-to-1. I checked in with Nina about 3 months later to see what difference her increase in positivity had made. The good news was that she hardly ever felt depressed, lonely, and teary-eyed anymore, and she had no more headaches and no more stomach pains. Yet far beyond these reductions in distress and pain, Nina had changed for the better. She was far more optimistic and confident than she'd been 3 months earlier. She was better able to keep her mind focused on what she was doing, and when she faced setbacks, she bounced back more quickly. She'd become resilient. Within 3 months, Nina truly went from languishing in life to flourishing. True, she felt better emotionally and had a more positive outlook on life, but her transformation didn't end there. Nina's new positivity energized her with a renewed sense of direction and purpose. She'd found her everyday conversations with family and friends to be more enjoyable and more meaningful. Now, and for the first time, she felt like an important part of her community. She felt she was making a positive difference in the world. These positive changes showed up loud and clear in Nina's survey responses. When I compared her responses at the end of the study to her responses 3 months earlier, it was obvious to me that she'd grown in important ways. When we finish up experiments like this, we routinely ask participants what they've noticed. In our final surveys, we asked what changes they have seen over the past few months. Here's what Nina wrote. "I feel more confident with myself and with people around me. I am not so hard on myself. I have been able to forgive things easier than before. I am not so hard on myself or others. Some particular things tend to just roll off my shoulders now, as opposed to letting them bother me throughout the day. I am able to find peace within myself, and I am able to share more positive thoughts with those around me. Thanks for bringing this study into my workplace. I am really glad that I had the opportunity to do this. I feel that I have gained much knowledge out of this session with your team. I will not stop meditating. It is a wonderful feeling of relaxing, peacefulness in my soul." Nina recognized and appreciated many of the same changes that our surveys had picked up, and she valued these changes tremendously. In our follow-up survey, she described them as significant and pervasive, affecting many different aspects of her life. She saw her transformation as both mental, affecting her image of herself and others, and practical, affecting how she acted and interacted with others on a daily basis. When we checked in with Nina more than a year later, she reported that these profound changes in her life had persisted. In fact, she saw them as permanent. She continued to meditate regularly. When we asked her why she thought her changes continued, here's what she wrote. "I feel that I grew spiritually. I feel more at peace with myself. I am not as stressed as I was before I began the study. I look at people's personalities differently and empathize with them more. My husband and I tried for 2 years to have another baby. After the study, I continued to meditate. My feelings of self-love and kindness toward myself and the world around me continued to grow, and we conceived. I believe that this study has not only helped my life, it has helped my soul to grow. I feel so much love for my family and friends. I enjoy the little things more today than I did before I began to meditate. I notice things that most people tend to overlook. Sunrises in the morning, beautiful sunsets in the evening, the beauty in a snowflake. Meditation has made a great impact on my life and soul. I rekindled old relationships, forgave those who hurt me in bad relationships, and made peace with them. Now I enjoy life more with my husband, daughter, and twin babies. I look forward to my happy life with them and watching my children grow and learn. Peace and love and kindness, Nina. Reading Nina's entry in our follow-up survey gave me goosebumps. I wept with joy as I told my husband about Nina's efforts to conceive and the twin babies that were born out of positivity. He knew what her story meant to me. Years ago, he and I had also struggled to conceive. As a scientist to my core, I had adopted a very data-driven approach to conception. I charted my temperature. I read books on the science of fertility. Taking that approach, I'd been on that same emotional roller coaster Nina had been. Each month when I failed to conceive, I was devastated. Then something hit me. If positivity broadens and builds, then we were going about it all wrong. I didn't need to create charts and learn facts. I needed to cultivate love and enjoy my relationship with my husband. After all, positivity changes the particular hormone cocktail in which we're steeped. Were those changes enough to make an egg cell more permeable to sperm, increasing the odds of conception? Did the oneness that positivity can create between two people have a physical basis that could literally build new life? Someday I'll team up with a reproductive scientist to test these hypotheses empirically. But I wasn't going to wait a decade for the results of that experiment. I was ready to experiment with my own life. After all, I had nothing to lose. And sure enough, the very month my husband and I decided to let go of the numbers and rediscover our love for each other, we conceived. I know the exact days on which both of my boys were conceived. Both were days that my husband and I were tripping on love and savoring every minute. Of course, my experiences here provide no scientific evidence. Indeed, fertility specialists have long advised couples struggling to conceive to reduce their stress. Stacks of scientific studies suggest that stress and negativity cut a woman's odds of conceiving. But is eliminating negativity really enough? Maybe positivity is what makes the difference. After all, my first data-driven approach to conception wasn't particularly negative, but it was hardly joyful either. With my own sweet babies born out of positivity, I found myself advising friends facing fertility issues to cultivate their own heartfelt love and joy with their partners. Each friend soon conceived. Again, this is no scientific evidence. Perhaps these couples would have conceived without my sage advice. One day, as I said, I'll find a collaborator who can test this hypothesis with me. Until then, cultivating positivity, coupled with an openness to accept whatever happens, can certainly do no harm. Nina's story highlights how acceptance, how being open, builds positivity and triggers upward spirals. When I later interviewed her, she told me that before the study began, she'd tried to control everything, and she was very hard on herself when things didn't work out. When that time of the month would roll around, I'd find myself crying in the bathroom. It was just awful. It always came down to, what am I doing wrong? Being in our study helped her to learn about herself. She told me that by the time the study ended in November, I just decided it's not meant to be. We are meant to be a family of 3. I just let go of it. I just let it go. By meditating, I have a place to go. I can find some peace. At the end of December, we found out we were pregnant. Beyond being blessed with her new babies, Nina described other dramatic changes in her life. At work, she used to avoid certain calls, either because the problem was too difficult or the particular person who needed help drove her up a wall. All her life she'd been the shy one, but after the study she found herself taking more challenging calls and being more open to difficult problems and difficult people. She figured she might learn something. She talks to people more and makes herself more present. Instead of connecting to people's machines remotely, she'll go find them and sit down in their cubicle. She'll connect with the person, not just the machine. This was totally new for her. I used to sit down at their desk and say, "Okay, fixed. I'm out of here. Now I take the time. I do a lot more connecting with people now than I ever used to. Nina told me she also felt closer to her family. Sure, they still argued, but she learned to be less reactive and self-centered. She was more able to see things from their perspective. She'd even mended a severed friendship with a woman she'd known for 25 years and who had been maid of honor at her wedding. Somehow, 9 years before, they'd gotten into a huge argument and just stopped talking to each other. She said it was almost like she died. But shortly after being in the study, her old friend sent her an email. At first, Nina was suspicious. Over coffee, she recounted to me her first reaction to her friend's initiative. "What is she contacting me for? I thought she died. I was very standoffish at first because of the situation that happened so long ago. Then I said, you know what? Just meet with her. If it's not meant to be, if we've no longer got the same things going on, it's not meant for us to be. Oh my God, it has been awesome. I met with her and both of us in the parking lot. We just cried. And we both had things in common. She has 3 kids, I have 3 kids. And we just connected. It's almost like she did some growing up, and I did some growing up. I felt better about myself. I felt that I could reach out to her. I wish I'd had these tools so long ago. Maybe we didn't have to spend 9 years apart. But that's another thing that came out of this study. I've got my great friend back. I'm just thankful that we have each other again." Because Nina's survey responses had indicated that the study helped her find her purpose in life, I asked her to tell me more. How did she phrase that purpose to herself? She paused for a moment. Then quietly and with great reverence she told me, "I've been trying to spread the love, spread the peace. I try to pick people up from feeling down, whether with the cashier at the grocery store, clients at work, or her family and friends." Nina had stories to tell of how she reached out to others during ordinary encounters and tried to lift their spirits, tried to help them in whatever small ways she could. Because of our study, she now tries to live her life with positivity each day, to live in the moment. I honestly believe the meditations made a huge impact on my life. My soul grew. I just feel more peace. I think that's how a person can have their soul grow, by feeling more peace. I wish the wars would stop, but people need to find peace within themselves before they can spread the peace out to others. It's gratifying beyond words for me to learn that. Using the tools we gave her to increase her positivity, Nina turned her life around. She transformed herself for the better, going from a sad state of languishing to an inspiring state of flourishing. She dug in and invested her time and energy in positivity, and her efforts paid off in a big way. In the space of 3 months, she literally changed her life and became a beacon of positivity. Her transformation was nothing short of stunning. If you're like most people, you can identify with the emptiness Nina felt at the start. You can identify with the stress, the struggle, the rut, the stagnant pool of languishing. Maybe you're wading through it now, going through the motions of life but hardly feeling alive. Now think about your own story, 3 months from now. Suppose that you, like Nina, decide to experiment with positivity. Suppose you commit to changing your daily routine in ways that seed more joy, more serenity, and more love. Meditation is not the only way. Many paths can lead to the same outcome. Indeed, Part 2 of this book describes dozens of strategies for increasing your positivity ratio. Suppose that for the next 3 months you experiment with them. In what ways will your story be the same as Nina's? In what ways will it be unique? How might you use the story of Nina's turnaround to catapult yourself toward your best future, toward your own stunning turnaround? Nina's story excites me all the more because she's just one of many whom we've helped. Like Nina, hundreds of people have participated in my positivity-boosting studies. Women and men juggling the demands of work and family, some younger than Nina, some older, some earning more, some less, some investing as much or more time in learning how to be more positive, and some less. Success stories abound.
Safety in Numbers, the Open Heart Study. Some 200 of Nina's co-workers volunteered for the same study in which Nina took part. Though originally the study was advertised as an investigation of how meditation reduces stress, we've come to call it the Open Heart Study. We didn't open hearts the way cardiac surgeons do, but with positivity. From the data we gathered at Nina's workplace, we learned that our non-surgical intervention is an extraordinarily efficient and effective way to jumpstart positive life changes. Analyzing the data for this large field experiment brought us many eureka moments. For years we had had the evidence that positivity and flourishing go hand in hand, but our past data did not allow us to untangle cause and effect. To do that, we needed a true experiment, an intervention study in which one randomly assigned group of people increased their daily diet of positivity and another didn't. I can't overemphasize the importance of random assignment. Without it, you'd never know whether some other characteristics of the people who stepped up their positivity was the true source of their good outcomes. Maybe people who start a meditation practice are more conscientious or curious than those who don't. Maybe they're more spiritual. By assigning people to groups at random, as a scientist, I can be certain that any consequential differences between people come out in the wash. That is, different types of people are equally represented in each group. Using random assignment is a key way scientists go out of their way to make their tests as fair and unambiguous as possible. With it, the odds that increased positivity is the source of good outcomes in this study skyrocket. Another way that I safeguard the conclusions I draw from an experiment like this is to gather boatloads of numbers. As you know by now, I'm a measurement junkie. Whereas another spouse might ask, "Honey, how are you feeling today?" When I want to know how much pain my husband is experiencing, I simply ask 0 to 10. This is a tried and true measurement tool that pain researchers developed long ago. 0 means no pain, and 10 means the worst pain you've ever experienced. In this context, the number 6 means more to me than a mumbled, "not so good." Likewise, Nina and the other employees who took part in this experiment gave daily numeric ratings to their emotions on a measurement tool much like the one I'll introduce you to in Chapter 8. They also completed longer surveys to assess a range of personal resources, things we can all draw on to manage the ups and downs of daily living. With these measurement tools, we took a snapshot of where each person stood as the experiment began. A few weeks after the meditation workshop ended, we took another snapshot using these same measures to assess whether and how people had changed over the preceding 3 months. We all zoomed in to take a very detailed snapshot of the emotions people experienced on an ordinary workday. For this, we used a measurement tool called the Day Reconstruction Method. Because I think this might be useful for you too, I'll describe it in more detail in Chapter 8. For this, Nina and our other study participants divided their day into a series of episodes, like the scenes of a movie, typically lasting anywhere between 10 minutes and 2 hours. A first episode might be lying in bed before getting up, 20 minutes. A second might be getting ready, 30 minutes, followed by eating breakfast with family, 20 minutes, and commuting to work, 25 minutes. For each and every episode, we asked people a standard set of questions including, what were you doing? Were you interacting with anyone? And what were you feeling? Gathering all these numbers allowed us to test a very specific hypothesis about a chain of casual events. We predicted that practicing this way of meditating with an open heart would cause people to experience more positive emotions in their daily lives. In turn, we predicted that any increase in positivity that people experienced would cause them to grow by building their personal resources, and finally, we predicted that any growth in resources would matter, that people's growth would cause them to experience their lives as more fulfilling and reduce signs of depression. In testing this hypothesis,
This psychological chain reaction we test in the second core truth about positivity, that it transforms us for the better. I call this transformation the build effect. Even though I'd predicted it, I still find the degree of the support the numbers held for the build effect stunning. I still wonder, could this really be true? My job is to keep testing this idea in different ways, looking deeper and at different facets of people's lives. I continue to design and conduct experiments that create every opportunity to reject the theory. So far, none of them do. So far, the numbers tell a story much like Nina's. Positivity rises. Nina and her fellow volunteer coworkers dug in and practiced this new way of meditating. On average, they spent about 80 to 90 minutes of their valuable time each week listening to our guided meditations or practicing on their own. Little by little, the practice opened their hearts. The shift was subtle. It was also slow to emerge. On average, people didn't report any reliable increases in their positive emotions until their third week of meditation practice. Even so, positivity continued to rise steadily throughout the study. I find this profile of change fascinating. First, it's distinct from what you'd expect from placebo effects, which tend to be large and immediate. Second, it tells me that even small shifts in our daily diets of positivity, if enduring, can change our lives for the better. We learned that all kinds of positivity steadily rose. Even though the meditations themselves centered on feelings of love, the benefits to positivity were not confined to this emotion. We saw the same subtle upward shift for joy, gratitude, serenity, interest, hope, pride, amusement, and awe as we did for love. Intriguingly, we saw no changes whatsoever in people's reports of their negativity. It neither rose nor fell in any reliable way. So this open-heart intervention appeared to strike positivity surgically, causing it alone to rise. This is an important find. Scientists who investigate emotions often wonder whether effects attributed to increases in positivity might follow solely from decreases in negativity. Having observed no change in negativity in this study, we could rule out this concern. It gets bigger with time. If you don't already love the particular marriage of science and positivity that I'm offering, here's something that might win you over. It's something we could have never discovered had we not asked Nina and her colleagues to rate their emotions day in and day out on our 5-point numeric scale. Having done so, we could examine the relationship between the amount of time people devoted to meditation practice each week and the amount of increase in positivity they enjoyed. Over the course of just 9 weeks, this dose-response relationship tripled. Think of this as getting better and better at squeezing the juice out of an orange. At your first attempt, you extract only so much juice. Then you learn how to make the most of that orange and find ways to extract even more juice from it. Over time, the people in our study got better and better at extracting the joy juice from the time they devoted to their meditation practice. This finding is especially fascinating because past scientists had discovered that most changes in emotions don't last. Whether you win the lottery or become paraplegic, odds are that at a shockingly fast pace, your emotional life will soon be back to where it was before your lucky or unlucky day. That is, people adapt. Big emotional changes soon evaporate. Scientists have called this the hedonic treadmill effect. Just as if you were on a treadmill, you may think you're going forward emotionally, but in fact you end up in the same place you started. What the numbers in the open heart study suggest is that the slow and steady rise in positivity we observed actually outpaces the hedonic treadmill. It's like stepping off the treadmill and onto a moving walkway. You get more forward progress out of each step. The key may well be that this meditation practice is both routine and ever-changing. People can intentionally return to it time and again, but as they do so, they never find or do exactly the same thing. They can choose to deepen their practice, focus on new challenges, or tailor it to fit the needs of the day. The freshness it brings regenerates positivity time and again. It makes life more enjoyable. The daily emotion reports we solicited from Nina and her colleagues revealed that this particular meditation practice did indeed inject people's lives with more positivity, and that with continued practice, people got an even bigger bang for their buck in terms of the positivity yield they extracted from their time spent meditating. When we zoomed in and asked our participants to give us episode-by-episode reports of their emotions on one particular morning, we learned even more. When we examined the more than 900 episodes that Nina and her colleagues collectively described, we discovered that the amount of time people devoted to practicing meditation over the preceding 3 months continued to predict their positivity. Yet this was not because people had meditated on the particular morning we surveyed them. In fact, surprisingly few had. Certainly, positivity was higher during meditation times, and, for those few people who happened to meditate that day, it was higher over the whole morning. But even taking these momentary and same-day boosts in positivity into account, those who had devoted some time to meditation over the preceding 3 months had more positivity than those who had devoted little or no time to meditation. So even on an ordinary morning, some 2 weeks after Nina and her colleagues completed our meditation workshop, they were better off emotionally. That's how powerful and enduring this lifestyle change is. Like a time-release capsule, it keeps producing positivity even when people aren't meditating daily. This made us wonder, when exactly are people reaping the benefits of their meditation practice? What are they doing? We knew from past research that positivity springs up especially when people interact with others. Given the clear focus on social connections within the meditations, we wondered whether boosts in positivity were experienced across the board, or only when people were interacting with others. The answer was both. Meditation produced more positivity regardless of whether people were alone or with others. Yet the boosts in positivity were especially large during social interactions. Meditation brings us not only the best in you, but in others as well. At the very least, it helps you more fully enjoy their company. Open hearts build lives. Having established that starting a meditation practice indeed boosts people's daily diets of positivity, my students and I looked to the numbers to ask the question every scientist loves to ask. So what? What difference does boosting positivity make for people? We looked at how people had changed over the 3 months of the study. While I find Nina's personal story of transformation stunning, even more remarkable to me is the reliability of the build effect. The same pattern of growth emerged across Nina's colleagues. The slow and steady increases in positivity, induced by meditation practice, got people to grow. After learning this form of meditation, they had more resources at their disposal than they had had 3 months earlier. Also, we saw evidence of growth across a wide range of resources, spanning 4 distinct areas of functioning. First, our participants gained mental resources, becoming better able to attend mindfully to the present and to savor upcoming pleasant events. Second, they gained psychological resources, becoming more accepting of themselves and seeing their lives as more purposeful. Third, they gained social resources, forging deeper and more trusting relationships and feeling more support from close others. And fourth, they gained physical resources. They were healthier. We then asked the numbers. So what? Again, what difference did all this growth and resources make for people? Plenty. People judged life to be more satisfying and fulfilling, and they experienced fewer signs of depression. Keep in mind that all these benefits sprang from spending just 80 to 90 minutes a week meditating with an open heart. More remarkable still was what we could statistically isolate that all of these benefits of meditation were caused by increases in positivity. Positivity was the active ingredient, the engine of change. In other words, If meditation didn't budge positivity, it built nothing. If Nina's colleagues slept through the meditations, feeling nothing, then it's unlikely they did her any good. People's lives changed only when positivity rose. The great news here is that you can know whether or not your life is on the right track, whether or not you're on a path of growth. Put simply, if your heart is moved with positivity, you are moving toward growth. You're building a better life. What are you gaining? What might this better life entail for you? What gets built? In my scholarly work, I use the all-encompassing term resources to describe what's gained. By this I mean your reserves, any enduring part of yourself that you might draw on later, when you face challenges, setbacks, or new opportunities. They are the tools in your toolbox, the resources at your disposal. The beauty of this term is that it is broad and flexible enough to cover the diverse range of human qualities that are touched by positivity. Positivity can help you grow psychologically, mentally, socially, and physically. Positivity builds psychological strengths. There's a lot of talk these days about character. Where does it come from? Were you born with it? Did your parents give it to you, or was it your schooling? The downside of typical discussions about character is the assumption that your strengths are immutable, fixed in stone. Yet given the ever-changing nature of our bodies and brains, I think it's more reasonable to think of psychological strengths as habits. Whereas some of your habits seem lifelong, others change over time. Picture yourself changing a habit. My guess is that you'll picture putting in concerted effort, deliberate thinking, even training. In other words, you'll plan out a formal process to turn your bad habits into a good one. But your habits can also change incidentally, without effort, thought, or plan. Your habits can change with the accumulation of negativity or positivity in your life. Consider Nina's transformation. All her life, she was the shy one. She lacked confidence. She dwelled on her failings. She felt she merely existed. Now she's the one who reaches out to others, who accepts the challenging service calls. Now difficulties just roll off her shoulders. For the first time, her life has purpose. Positivity built these psychological strengths in her. She didn't take assertiveness training or go to resilience school. She simply became more open. And over time, this newfound openness transformed her life. I've seen this pattern of growth many times in my scientific data. People who experience more positivity in their lives grow psychologically. They become more optimistic, more resilient, more open, more accepting, and more driven by purpose. Certainly, having all these good qualities can bring on positive feelings. Yet the open heart study confirms that the casual arrow can also run in the other direction. Positivity can build these good qualities in all of us. Positivity builds good mental habits. What about your habits of mind? How often do you find yourself doing one thing but thinking about another? Do you ever get so wrapped up in your own head that you fail to fully appreciate the beauty of nature that surrounds you? Your children's laughter, or the good smells coming from the kitchen as your partner cooks your dinner. From the research described in Chapter 4, we know that positivity opens us to the moment, allowing us to take in and appreciate more of our surroundings. From the open heart study, we also know that positivity can build enduring mental habits of openness. In other words, when our participants cultivated these open-hearted moments through meditation, they elevated their daily intake of positivity. Fast-forwarding 3 months, we find that this greater positivity has created more open-minded mental habits. Our participants became habitually more aware of their surroundings, more mindful. They got better at savoring what was good in their lives. They even got better at considering many different ways to reach their goals. They could find multiple pathways around their problems. These changes didn't reflect only the momentary effects of positivity, but were enduring mental shifts. Over time, and with repeated experience, positivity can create in you these same mental habits.
Positivity builds social connections. The greater openness that positivity creates has some surprising interpersonal implications. First and foremost, your positivity is energizing to those around you. It's a large measure of what makes you attractive. Also, it's contagious. When you share your own joy, it ignites joys in others, a process that can forge lasting social ties. The more you open up and share your heartfelt positivity with others, the stronger your connections to others become. This was certainly true for Nina. After being in our study, she connected better with clients, family, and friends, even strangers. The emotion of gratitude illustrates this nicely. As gratitude opens your heart, it creates the urge to do something kind for the person who was kind to you. Scientists have carefully studied the downstream effects of expressing heartfelt gratitude. The evidence shows that when we share our gratitude, whether in words, kindness, or gifts, we fertilize our relationships, helping them grow stronger and closer. Indeed, the degree of appreciation young people show to a romantic partner after receiving a thoughtful Valentine's Day gift can forecast how long the relationship lasts. When brand new college roommates are coaxed to express their appreciation to each other, they become closer friends. Even within long-standing intimate relationships, the impact of positivity is huge. Scientific studies show that shared moments of laughter and joviality between partners deepen their relationship, making it more satisfying to both. Other studies show that couples who express high levels of positivity to each other build up important reserves that help them weather the inevitable hardships they will face. Statistically, they are far less likely to get divorced. In sharing your positivity with others, whether through laughter, kindness, or genuine smiles, you convey, "Let's build something together." And whether you build a temporary connection or a lasting bond, these ties create the social fabric that weaves you into the social world that surrounds you. Positivity builds physical health. Consider your physical health. Although it's easy to see that becoming healthier can be a cause for joy, or that getting sick can spoil positivity, scientists are beginning to appreciate much deeper connections between positivity and health. Remember Nina's headaches and stomach pain? When she finally learned how to relax deeply into positivity, her pains melted away. We saw similar health improvements across her colleagues in the Open Heart study. On increasing their daily diets of positivity, people found themselves healthier. They reported fewer sore throats, less nausea, even less acne. This isn't just a matter of perception. Positivity is now linked to solid and objective biological markers of health. For instance, people's positivity predicts lower levels of stress-related hormones and higher levels of growth-related and bond-related hormones. Positivity also sends out more dopamine and opioids, enhances immune system functioning, and diminishes inflammatory responses to stress. With positivity, you are literally steeped in a different biochemical stew. Perhaps it's not surprising, then, that positivity brings lower blood pressure, less pain, fewer colds, and better sleep. People high on positivity also have lower disease risks. They are less likely to have hypertension, diabetes, or a stroke. Scientists have already confirmed that positivity predicts longer lives. Uncovering the health consequences of positivity begins to tell the story of how this happens. Let's talk about love. How do you know your partner loves you? Words can tell, but don't you find that hugs tell more? Think of the last time you had a long, close hug from your partner. Not that quick hug you use to say hello or goodbye. That's merely the full body equivalent of a peck on the cheek. I mean a real heart-to-heart hug. You and your partner wrap your arms around each other and hold on tight. This kind of hug lasts closer to a minute than a second. When I need a hug like this, I tell my husband I need to be plugged in. That's how re-energizing I find our real heart-to-heart hugs to be. Maybe you felt that too.
I had lunch recently with Kathleen Light, an internationally acclaimed scientist who has done groundbreaking work on how hugs and other forms of physical affection affect our health. What she's discovered is that loving touch does all kinds of good for your body, and the effects are not just momentary. Any single hug is unlikely to change your physical makeup. Rather, people who get hugs like this often, every day, actually have higher circulating levels of oxytocin, a healthy neuropeptide, and lower blood pressure than everybody else. These findings are fully compatible with experimental studies of animals, and now of humans too. Animals stroked lovingly on their bellies over a stretch of days come to have a higher oxytocin and lower blood pressure compared with untouched animals. So do husbands and wives whose spouses have learned how to touch their partner's head, neck, and shoulders in loving ways. Through frequent close body contact, then, love literally gets under your skin, making you healthier. What I love about Kathy Light's findings about hugs is that they mirror the build effect of positivity. Although any single hug or moment of positivity is unlikely to change your life, the slow and steady accumulation of hugs or positivity makes a huge difference. So find a way to increase your daily dose of genuine, heart-to-heart, hang-on-tight hugs. You will not only give and receive good feelings, but over time, you'll give and receive good health. The view from here. My guess is that for about as long as you can remember, you've heard marketers claim that their particular product or service will change your life. I certainly have. And if you're like me, the result of this relentless collective effort to influence your consumer choices is well-founded cynicism. You come to distrust such sweeping claims. Why should you buy it? Where's the proof that life will change? But I'm a scientist, not a marketer. I choose my words very carefully. My claims are evidence-based. I have more than 20 years of on-the-job training in honing down my words to prevent overstatements. But from here, surveying the landscape of the latest scientific evidence for the build effect, I say with confidence, positivity can change your life. Nina's account of her own transformation is riveting. For some of you, her words will be enough to inspire you to experiment with positivity. But she's just one person. Maybe you're not at all like Nina, or maybe you've become jaded to testimonials. If so, like me, you'll find comfort in the numbers. That's what the Open Heart Study offers. More than 100 stories of personal change, gathered numerically and with scientific rigor. The evidence confirms that when people increase their daily diets of positivity, they change their lives. Some of you may need this kind of proof before you take note, before you're inspired to cultivate more positivity in your own life. Either way, you know that the effects of positivity are not random or isolated. They are predictable and sweeping. Your life is a complex tapestry of your psychological strengths, mental habits, social connections, physical health, and more. In the span of 3 months, positivity can change these various parts of you in beautiful synchrony. At a deep level, positivity changes who you are, and those changes can make life itself more fulfilling. This is the second core truth about positivity. It transforms us for the better, and the better you are, the better you're able to face the challenges of life. Hardships are inevitable. They won't disappear just because you raise your positivity ratio, but they can be easier to handle. The next chapter shows how. Chapter 6. Bounce back from life's challenges. What is to give light must endure burning. Viktor Frankl. Bad things happen to all of us. When they do, many of us crumble or grumble, but others bounce right back to face the world again, often even stronger than before. Have you ever wondered what makes the difference? My study suggests that positivity is perhaps the best-kept secret of people who, against all odds, keep on bouncing back. I grew up hearing people say, everyone remembers where they were the day JFK was shot. I didn't. I had just graduated from embryo to fetus. For many Americans, 9/11 is their landmark event, like the JFK assassination. I was at my sister's home in Minneapolis. I'd flown in the night before to attend the funeral of my cousin, who had died after a long battle with cancer. His death was hard on me. We were about the same age. He was married with 2 young kids, and he was a scientist and a professor too. Oddly, we'd really only just gotten to know each other through sharing ideas at a family gathering about our respective research programs. The last time I'd seen him, he'd given me some useful leads on work in his field, kinesiology, that connected to my own work. He was a generous spirit. I was going to miss him. So that morning, as we were getting ready for the midday funeral, my sister received a call from her husband on his way to work, saying, "Turn on the television." We did. The first tower had been hit. Weakened already from grief, we slumped into the couch in confusion. Was that an accident? We wondered. Then the second tower was struck. This was no accident. In a heartbeat, my entire world no longer felt safe. As we drove to the funeral, several towns away, my sister and I were numb. Yet the moment I entered the church for this sad ritual, I began to feel reassured. The world would go on. People would still come together when loved one dies, to comfort one another with hugs and kind words, to give and receive love, despite the grief and confusion of larger-scale tragedies. My heart went out to my cousin's 2 boys. If my world no longer felt safe under this new shadow of terrorism, I could only imagine what they felt. We turned on the radio as we drove from the church to the cemetery and learned that all flights were canceled until further notice. My heart sank. I was supposed to fly home to my own boys, my husband and firstborn, that evening. As we walked to the gravesite, the skies were strangely silent. Even though I was surrounded by my family, I felt stranded. I needed to find a way back to my home. I yearned to hold my baby and feel the reassurance of my husband's arms. Several confusing hours passed. I called every car rental agency, but none were accepting one-way bookings. Finally, I called Amtrak. Thank God for Amtrak. I got the last ticket for the September 12th train from Minneapolis to Ann Arbor. With the transfer in Chicago, it would be nearly a 17-hour trip, but worth it. That September 12th train was full of displaced airline passengers, and that day this group of strangers was talking. They shared their own all-too-fresh 9/11 stories and their concerns about friends and family who lived or worked near the towers. Everyone seemed to have a tie to New York. All hearts were tender with a fusion of empathy, vulnerability, and more. The man sitting next to me and I shared our stories and concerns with each other like long-lost friends. What would the United States be like from now on? What would it feel like to fly next time? Deep into our hours-long friendship, he asked me if I thought people would ever be the same. I thought for a moment. I heard the buzz of conversation and connection all around us on the train. Every so often a peal of laughter would erupt somewhere in the car. "Do you hear that?" I asked my companion. "People are laughing. I think they are already the same. Hurt, yes, but still the same." Trying times almost inevitably bring negativity. Unchecked, the narrowed mindset of negativity can pull you on a downward spiral and drain the very life out of you. Yet even while unseen forces pull you down, you can choose a different course. You can put the brakes on negativity's downward spiral and rebound. The key is to uncover your inner wellspring of heartfelt positivity. Positivity can loosen negativity's grip on your mental outlook. It opens your heart and your mind to a broader range of possibilities. As it does, it sets you on an upward spiral, a positive trajectory that cuts through dark times and leads you back to higher ground, stronger than ever. Yes, we can all be astonishingly resilient. Indeed, this is your birthright as a human being. You can bend without breaking. And even when you least suspect it, you can rebound. The good news is that you already have what it takes to bounce back. Untold reserves in your inner wellspring of positivity. By helping you regain your perspective, moments of joy, love, gratitude, and inspiration remove negativity's blinders and puts the brakes on downward spirals. Positivity, I've discovered, is at the heart of human resilience. Serendipitous science. I arrived back in Ann Arbor near midnight on September 12, 2001. After a day or two of simply holding my family tight, I got back to work. I was on sabbatical and thick into writing about what I know best, positive emotions. It wasn't easy. I was plagued by doubt. I wondered, who will care? I honestly felt that the science of positivity was no longer relevant in this new era of terrorism. For the first time, I questioned the relevance of my life's work. My mission was unraveling into a lifeless heap of numbers and words. About a day into this gloomy funk, somehow I recognized that the sudden pessimism about my work was depression talking. Like most Americans, I was feeling distraught about world events and the tragedies of 9/11. True to form, my distress was pulling me down into a negativity abyss. Then I remembered those people who had been laughing on the train a few days earlier. Was their laughter irrelevant? My past work told me it wasn't. Data from my published studies suggested that positivity could be a lifeline, an important way of coping with adversity. I regrouped and began to wonder how I could best test the idea that even now, in the midst of this national tragedy, positive emotions were still valuable. I was instantly re-energized. Then it hit me. We had just completed a large study in which we'd measured the purported resilience levels of more than 100 college students using a simple survey. Perhaps we could find those folks again to investigate resilience in action in the wake of 9/11. Did their ranking on the resilience survey predict correctly how they were doing during these trying times? If so, were positive emotions central to their ability to rebound? Within days, we had the approvals we needed to recontact those students. We invited them back to complete additional surveys. I'd estimated these college students' odds of being resilient with a survey developed by psychology pioneer Jack Block of the University of California, Berkeley, and his then graduate student, Adam Kremen, with items like, I enjoy trying new foods. I've never tasted before. I like to take different paths to familiar places. And most people I meet are likable. It's hard to see at first blush how these traits add up to resilience. Yet, over his long career, Jack Block had amassed a mountain of data, gathered over 5 decades, on how ordinary people fared through life's ups and downs, twists and turns. Some of these people crumbled after hardships, whereas others bounced back. What personality style made the difference? Which inner resources forecast people's ability to bounce back from adversity and meet the ever-shifting demands of daily life? Pursuing questions like these, Block and Kremen distilled their insights into the 14 items of their ego resilience scale. This is the tool I use to predict which people had personality styles that equipped them to bounce back from hard times. I didn't know in advance whether these students would actually show resilient outcomes. Whether they did, or, more precisely, how they did, was what I was after. When we reconnected with the folks who had earlier taken Block and Kremen's resilience measure, we asked them many things. We asked them to describe the most stressful situation they'd experienced since 9/11 that was in some way related to the attacks. We asked them how often they'd been feeling each of several discernible positive and negative emotions. We also measured their psychological strengths, including their optimism, tranquility, and life satisfaction. Finally, we asked them to report any symptoms of depression they had experienced in the days since 9/11. These college students lived in Ann Arbor, Michigan, safely removed from ground zero. Even so, like most Americans, they experienced considerable stress after 9/11. They were worried about friends and family who lived or worked in New York City or Washington, D.C. They were afraid of future terrorist attacks and the possibility of war. Some were afraid to fly. Others were afraid to go to a football game. If you follow Big Ten football, you know that Michigan Stadium is the largest open-air sports arena in the United States, and on game days it's always filled to capacity, seating more than 110,000 fans. Some of those fans feared that their beloved Big House was now a conspicuous terrorist target. On game days, dozens of banners pulling planes circling the stadium. Blimps, too. That season, all game day flights were banned. We learned a lot from these students about how resilience works. The ones who scored high on the survey, suggesting they had a resilient personality style, did indeed show resilient outcomes. They bounced back faster than those who scored low. After 9/11, feeling depressed was the norm, yet those with a resilient personality style showed the fewest signs of clinical depression. They even grew psychologically stronger in some respects. Compared with their pre-9/11 responses, they became even more optimistic, more tranquil, and more fulfilled with their lives. People with resilient personalities were clearly coping better than the rest. The most pivotal difference, though, between those with and without resilient personality styles was their positivity. It was the secret of their success. It was the mechanism behind their lesser depression and their greater psychological growth. In short, we discovered that resilience and positivity go hand in hand. Without positivity, there is no rebound. At first blush, you might wonder, what was there to feel good about? Did these people have their heads in the sand? These are good questions. What if people bounce back by denying reality, or by selfishly considering only their own well-being? If that were the case, then resilience would come at the price of truth and compassion. Our data suggests otherwise. In fact, those with more or less resilient personality styles reported similar stresses following the attacks. According to national polls, after 9/11, virtually everyone felt angry, sad, and fearful. Our study participants were no different. Whether they scored high or low on the resilience survey, negative emotions ran high. They also felt concern and sympathy for those newly suffering, and their compassion outpaced all other emotions, even anger, sadness, and fear. People who bounced back were not in denial or selfish. Like everyone else, they were pained by negativity and moved by compassion. Mixed in with their suffering and concern, they also experienced positive emotions. Perhaps, like my fellow passengers on that Amtrak train, these resilient students felt joy, love, and gratitude when connecting with others. Perhaps they were inspired and awed by the groundswell of unity and compassion both within their local community and around the globe. Perhaps they were deeply curious about the unfolding world events and hopeful about the future despite the grim reality of this trying time. Whatever the source, moments of positivity like these were what made the difference. Positivity put the brakes on depression's downward spiral and set these people on an upward spiral of growth. The events of 9/11 shocked the world. Serendipitously, I had data in hand that ranked a large group of students by their resilient personality styles. Impressively, that pre-crisis measure of resiliency could forecast the degree of positivity people experienced during the uncertain and troubling weeks after the terrorist attacks. And positive emotions turned out to be the active ingredient that enabled certain people to bounce back and grow stronger. I'm thankful that I regained my own faith and positivity in time to gather these eye-opening data. Positivity matters, and it especially matters during trying times. In the years since I published these results, other researchers have independently tested my claim that positivity is the active ingredient that enables certain people to attain resilient outcomes. Whereas we tested young adults, another notable series of studies tested adults over 60. We tracked people's responses after a national crisis, but these studies tracked people's responses after personal crises, ranging from minor, everyday stressors to major life events, like losing a spouse. In study after study, just as we found, researchers found that people who bounce back show more emotional complexity when facing stressors. When stress arrives at your doorstep, does positivity fly out the window? For many people it does, but not for those who score high on resiliency surveys. Instead of simply succumbing to negativity, these folks also retain their positivity. Their emotions are more complex because their positivity sits side by side with their negativity. They don't deny the reality of negativity, but they don't wallow in it either. Just as I saw in my study after 9/11, this ability to tap into positivity spells the difference between stress reactions that escalate and endure for days and those that dissipate more quickly. So whether you're young, old, or in between, positivity may well be your best resource in a crisis. It's what you need to reverse the course of a downward spiral and spring back. The heart of resilience. Let's zoom in and take a close look at the heart of resilience. I mean that literally. How do the physical hearts of people with resilient and less resilient personality styles react differently to stress? In my early laboratory studies, I took a close look at the underlying mechanics of resilience by examining the ups and downs of people's emotions and blood pressure. It's no surprise that when you feel anxious, your blood pressure rises. What may be surprising is that you have a hidden reset button for these spikes in blood pressure, your own positive emotions. Good feelings not only flush out bad feelings, they also quiet your heart and quickly bring your blood pressure back to normal. Here's how we discovered this. Volunteers visited my laboratory to participate in a study of emotions and cardiovascular reactivity. They'd sit in a comfortable chair while one of my graduate students attached tiny sensors to their skin to track moment-by-moment changes in their heart rate, blood pressure, and the constriction within their blood vessels. After participants got used to the somewhat strange situation, we tracked these cardiovascular measures at rest for a few minutes. We wanted to know how each person's heart pumped when they weren't feeling anything in particular. Then, applying considerable time pressure, we asked these volunteers to prepare a speech on why you are a good friend. To build the psychological pressure even further, we told them that we'd videotape their speech and have it evaluated by their peers. As you can imagine, this surprise public speaking assignment made people anxious. Indeed, that was our goal, to make everyone who participated in the study anxious. And we thoroughly succeeded. We know this from the verbal reports we gathered from our participants later on, and also from looking at changes in the cardiovascular measures we were tracking. Heart rate shot up. Blood pressure rose. Veins and arteries constricted. Having met our goal of making everyone anxious, the real experimenting could begin. At the height of this laboratory-induced negativity, participants switched their attention away from the speech task and towards something else, a short film clip. We randomly assigned one of 4 different film clips, of which 2 were positive. One evoked serenity by showing ocean waves, and the other mild amusement by showing a puppy playing with a flower. One clip was negative, evoking sadness by showing a young boy crying at the death of someone he loved. The last was neutral, simply an old-fashioned computer screensaver that showed an abstract display of colored sticks piling up. What you need to appreciate about the 2 positive film clips we used in this experiment was how extraordinarily mild they were. When people view them under normal viewing conditions, that is, when they aren't anxious about public speaking, they evoke no changes whatsoever in the cardiovascular measures we tracked. Here you also need to know that we told participants in advance that if, by chance, they were shown a film clip, this meant that the computer had placed them in the no speech condition. That is, the start of the film clip signaled that they were off the hook for delivering the dreaded speech. The very moment that the film clip started, we began to track the effects of positivity. We tracked how long it took, in seconds, for each person's cardiovascular reactions to the speech task to return to their own baseline resting levels. Some hearts, we learned, were quelled within a few seconds, while others took more than a minute to calm down. Here again, positivity made the difference. Participants who were selected at random to view one of the two positive clips, the ocean waves or the playing puppy, had the fastest cardiovascular recovery. Those who saw either the neutral or negative clips had the slowest recovery. I've called this the undo effect of positive emotions. Positivity can quell or undo the cardiovascular after effects of negativity. This is your hidden reset button. You can hardly stop your heart from beating faster and harder when you face stress and negativity. But with positivity, you can rein in those reactions and regain a calm heart. Recall, too, that the positive clips we used didn't even budge people's heart rates and blood pressure under normal viewing conditions. So even though positive emotions may not do anything to your heart, they can undo the excursions it takes with negativity. At this core bodily level, positivity puts the brakes on negativity and equips you to rebound, both physically and emotionally. Knowing that prolonged cardiovascular reactivity to stress may pave the way to heart disease, this undo effect may be one key way that positivity keeps us healthy. My early experiments on the ability of positivity to undo negativity were important because they demonstrated that positivity held a key to recovery. There was nothing special about the particular people who showed the fastest cardiovascular recovery in these experiments. Indeed, they had been assigned to view the positive films completely at random. Also, two different forms of positivity, serenity and amusement, appeared equally good at hastening recovery, making me more confident that it wasn't something unique to ocean waves or cute animals at work here. What mattered were the good feelings that these different sorts of images created. We know that when stress levels run high, some people are more likely than others to self-generate positivity. In the 9/11 study, it was those with resilient personality styles who reported the most positivity. Their positivity is what helped them bounce back. So we decided to explore the heart of the resilient personality style in the laboratory. We tested whether people with resilient personality styles bounce back at a physical level as well. One of my former doctoral students, Michelle Tugad, now an assistant professor at Vassar College, tackled this question in her dissertation. Michelle invited people with more or less resilient personality styles to visit our laboratory where she tested them one by one. Using our same cardiovascular measure and speech task, she built people's anxiety and then suddenly let them off the hook. We then counted how many seconds it took for each participant to return to his or her own resting levels or heart rate, blood pressure, etc. This time there was something special about the people who showed the fastest cardiovascular recovery. They were the ones who scored highest on Block and Kremen's measure of resilient personality styles. They were also the ones who walked into our laboratory with more positivity. They even told us later that although the speech task made them anxious, they also found it to be somewhat positive as well. It was an interesting challenge that they were happy to take on. Here again, positive feelings turned out to be pivotal. People with resilient personality styles rebounded fast only to the extent that they experienced higher than average positivity. When we peered into the heart of resilience, tracking heart rate, blood pressure, and constriction of blood vessels before, during, and after the public speaking task, we saw that even though these physiological measures spiked just as high for people with more and less resilient personality styles, they came down faster for those with the more resilient traits. Within seconds, their hearts had calmed. By contrast, the hearts of others remained perturbed. This pattern of data tells us people with resilient personality styles are indeed emotionally responsive. They are not disconnected, head in sand, unflappable robots. They are moved just like the rest of us, but when circumstances suddenly change for the better, they are quick to move on. They let go. Positivity is what makes them nimble. More than others, people with resilient personality styles put the undue effect of positivity to work. They bounce back, even at a core physiological level, because their inner wellspring of positive emotions bubbles over. Positivity serves as their secret reset button. The brain of resilience. Another of my former doctoral students, Christian Waugh, now a postdoctoral research fellow at Stanford University, probed the inner workings of resilience even further. For his dissertation, Christian used a brain imaging technique called functional magnetic resonance imaging, or fMRI, together with a cleverly designed experiment. His aim was to create a new window onto understanding how those with varying resilient personality styles differed. His findings have been turning heads at neuroscience meetings ever since. They illuminate the unique thinking styles that underlie the ability to bounce back from bad events. The clever laboratory task that Christian designed involved gently threatening people that they might have to face something noxious, and then tracking their reactions over time. The threat came as a simple visual cue, either a circle or a triangle. Participants learned that one cue signaled that an upcoming photograph might or might not present some disturbing image, like a burn victim or a disgustingly filthy toilet. About half the time it did. The rest of the time, the same cue was followed by a completely harmless photograph of a light switch, for example, or a chair. The other cue, by contrast, always signaled that the upcoming photograph would be neutral. This is how one simple shape, say the triangle, came to mean threat, whereas the other, the circle, came to mean safety. Christian's goal was to examine resiliency before and after anticipated negativity. 3 findings stood out. First, just as 𝔸𝕝𝕠𝕟𝕘 found that people with resilient personality styles showed faster cardiovascular recovery from anticipated negativity, Christian found that these people showed faster recovery from anticipated negativity in the insula, a brain area linked to conscious feeling states. Second, during the cue phases of the study, when participants simply viewed the triangle or the circle, those with resilient personality styles showed less brain activity in a region known as the orbital frontal cortex, or OFC. Scientists had previously linked this region with worrying. The more you worry about what-ifs, the more your neurons in this area fire. Third, Christian's brain scan suggested that the more people worked themselves up into a worried tizzy in anticipation of possible negativity, the slower they were to appreciate that they had in fact dodged a bullet. For people with resilient personality styles, less worry meant faster relief. These were the 3 most compelling differences in brain activity between people with resilient personality styles and those without them. Also telling was when these 2 groups showed no differences in brain activity. For instance, no neural differences emerged when people viewed the noxious pictures. As in our previous studies, everyone was just as moved by actual negativity. Nothing suggests that the resilience comes with emotional disengagement. On the contrary, resilience is marked by exquisite emotional agility. The results of Christian's neuroimaging study bring new insights into the mental habits of resilient people. By tracking the patterns of blood flow in the brain, Christian discovered that when faced with threats, people with resilient personality styles worry less and rebound quicker. This neural portrait of resilience resonates with the behavioral portrait of resilience that has emerged from decades of past studies. Both suggested that resilient people are highly attuned to the ever-changing circumstances in which they find themselves. They are emotionally nimble. They react to what is happening now, not to what-ifs. They don't spend energy worrying about the future. Instead, perhaps, appreciating that they can cope with whatever comes their way, they adopt a wait-and-see attitude. They're also quick to tell the difference between good and bad. They don't overgeneralize or overreact. They minimize their angst by cutting out advance worry and afterglow obsessions, focusing instead on the reality of the present moment. These mental habits are what you'd expect from mindfulness, a form of open-minded awareness marked by its focus on the present moment, coupled with a non-judgmental attitude. In Chapter 4, I showed how openness and positivity feed on each other, each catalyzing the other in an upward spiral. Here we find openness going hand in hand with resilience. More than others, people with resilient personality styles make use of both positivity and openness. The openness that comes with positivity is what enables them to see the big picture, appreciate the now, and find the good within the bad. Openness is what dissolves negativity and enables people to make a strong comeback. Building resilience. Worried that you may not be one of the lucky few who were born resilient? Don't be. You can build your own resilience levels. Perhaps you've already guessed how. By raising your positivity ratio. Resilience is an inner resource that grows over time. Positive emotions fertilize this growth. In part, we drew this conclusion based on a study in which we measured people's resiliency levels at the start of the study, and again 1 month later. In between, we tracked the day-by-day ups and downs of their emotions. Once again, we found that those who scored high on 𝕸𝕝𝕠𝕟𝕘's scale reported experiencing more positive emotions. There was no link to negative emotions. In addition, we found that the more positive emotions people experienced, the more their resilience level grew over the month. Resilience is a resource you can build. We've put this idea to test in our laboratory. Again, we called into service that dreaded public speaking task and tracked moment-by-moment changes in heart rates and blood pressures. This time, we tested what would happen if we shared the secret of resilient people with those who scored low on 𝕸𝕝𝕠𝕟's pre-science survey, the ones with a resilient personality style. We told one randomly selected set of participants to try their best to get psyched up for the speech task, to think of it as a challenge they could meet and overcome. We reasoned that thinking about the task in this way would allow people to tap into their positive emotions. For the rest, we simply ratcheted up the anxiety as usual. It turned out that telling people to get psyched up for the speech made all the difference for those who lacked a resilient personality style. The suggestion to be more open-minded in the face of hardship was all it took to unleash their positivity. And positivity was all it took to calm their soaring heart rates and blood pressures. To illustrate how positivity can build resilience, I'll use the story of one of my former doctoral students, Wendy Traynor. After she received her Ph.D., Wendy faced a job market that was not ready for her talents. As if being unemployed after investing years in advanced scientific training weren't burdensome enough, she got cancer. Early in 2006, I caught up with her at one of the yearly scientific meetings we both attend. She was understandably fragile, unsure of what her future would hold. I knew her to be a great scholar. Her talent for thinking and writing surpassed that of most of her peers. She so clearly deserved to live and to work in her chosen field. Moved by her current condition and concerned about her health and livelihood, I offered what advice I could. In the summer of 2006, the very week I was outlining this chapter, I received a letter from Wendy. After telling me that she'd finally found a postdoctoral position, she wrote, "I've been thinking about what you told me, about maintaining that ratio of positive to negative emotions, and I've been actively doing it. Since I saw you, I've been doing yoga every day and taking morning walks, as well as afternoon walks and evening swims. And my well-being is skyrocketing. My mood is almost consistently joyful and peaceful, even when things get rough. And most important of all, I feel actualized, fulfilled. I feel like I am flourishing, finally for the first time in my life ever. And I thank you and all the other emotion researchers who have brought me to this place, either through their scientific knowledge and or love and support. I'm so alive. Barb. I wish you could see me now. You would be so proud of me. I can't wait to see you and tell you about my new wonderful life. Thank you for all your love and support. At the next year's scientific meeting, in early 2007, I finally had my chance to see her now. Her transformation was nothing short of stunning. Wendy, who I had long known as an exceptionally bright and considerate, albeit sober, young woman, was absolutely radiant. Her warmth was palpable. Her smiles were frequent, genuine, and uninhibited. She told me about her new position. As it turned out, it wasn't the ideal position for her, yet she was appreciating the best of what it offered. The difference between the Wendy I'd known and the one who sat across from me at a breakfast on this day lay in her newfound efforts to cultivate her own positivity. For years she had ignored her creative side. Now, on evenings and weekends, beyond engaging in the physical joys of yoga, swimming, and walking, she was learning screenwriting, singing with other local singers, and writing a, soon-to-be-published, book on what she'd learned about life and love from her cancer, which was now completely gone. She took responsibility for her own positivity, and her payoff was huge. As you might imagine, Wendy's deep transformation touched my heart. Knowing the heart-wrenching setbacks she'd faced, I was overjoyed to see that she'd begun experimenting with positivity in her daily life with such clear and inspiring results. She was flourishing, better equipped to rebound, even when things got rough. Just like Nina and the others who took part in my open-heart study, Wendy's efforts to cultivate more joy, serenity, inspiration, and pride in her daily life helped her to grow, to change for the better. Also, like Nina, Wendy discovered a new purpose to her life. She founded Healing Consulting, an organization that weaves together her scientific expertise and life experience to share what she's learned with others. Through her journey, Wendy has come to view self-generating positive emotions as a form of self-love, and she has developed her own theory to explain how people can achieve an enduring sense of harmony through this form of self-love. Like all who truly flourish, Wendy is now driven to make a difference in the lives of others. I'm deeply gratified to know that the scientific understanding of positivity that I can share truly helps those I cherish when it matters most. Up close and personal. Life was good when I began writing this chapter. I faced the usual ups and downs of juggling my career and a young family. My boys are now 4 and 7 years old, but nothing major. Then, in the midst of pulling my words together on resilience, the unthinkable happened. My husband developed serious and enormously painful complications following a routine outpatient surgery for an abdominal hernia. After a grueling day in the ER with tubes inserted virtually everywhere, he was admitted to the hospital. We were told he could come home when his GI tract woke up and could once again handle food. Until then, he'd be on an IV. Nobody could tell us how long this would be. The situation taught me a thing or two about resilience. As if being in pain, in the ER, and ultimately confined to the hospital weren't bad enough, the room my husband was assigned to was drab and dreadful. Traction bars encaged his bed. The sole window provided a view of a brick wall. It broke my heart to leave him there alone, but with 2 young kids at home, I had no choice. Rather than accept his sentence to these depressing environs, I vowed to transform his space. My husband and I both knew the scientific evidence about the impact of views from hospital windows. Hospitalized patients whose windows looked out onto nature's greenery had shorter hospital stays than those with views devoid of nature. The first thing I brought from home was one of my husband's own cherished houseplants. If the window wasn't going to supply him with the solace of nature, I'd bring nature into the room. In time, thanks to family, friends, and the farmer's market, his room was brimming with fresh-cut flowers and potted plants. I also brought pictures of the people and places he loved. A recent 8x10 black-and-white portrait of me and our boys that my husband had framed for me for Mother's Day. A picture of our home, and pictures of his favorite spots on the beach. I remade the walls nearest his bedside with visual reminders of the people and places awaiting his return. I encouraged our 2 boys to think of what they might bring to lift their papa's spirits. They shared their artwork, soccer medals, marbles, and most treasured rocks. I brought my husband's down-filled pillow from home to replace the stiff, rubberized pillow the hospital supplied. I brought in his iPod. Now he had more than 5,000 songs at his fingertips, plus a handful of guided meditations. With the pleasures of taste unavailable to my husband for the time being, I sought to enliven all 4 of his remaining senses. Days passed. We had no signs that this hospital stay would end any time soon. Thanks to schools and child care, I was able to be at the hospital from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. each weekday, but I was stretched thin. I was suddenly a solo parent, trying to meet everyone's needs, not to mention my own. Making matters worse, I'd gone into this ordeal with a slight cold. With all the added strain, it developed into a sinus infection. It pained me to leave the hospital each evening. In the car as I drove home by myself, I'd cry. When I got home, I'd quickly pull myself together to parent my boys, hug them, feed them, and get them to bed. But my own bed was a sad place to go, too wide and too lonely without my husband. I couldn't enjoy its comforts, knowing the discomfort my husband endured in the narrow hospital bed he couldn't escape. This dreadful downward spiral tugged at me every night. My aim throughout these difficult days was simply to be with my husband, to have him know deep down that no matter how painful or frightening this trial was, he was not alone. Although his nurses were great, it's not surprising that they too were stretched thin. So each day I would wash his hair and bathe his skin, working gingerly so as not to cause him undue pain or disturb the collection of medical paraphernalia that now draped his body. This could take an hour or more. Several times each day I would walk with him, very slowly, with his IV pole as his walking stick. Walking was the only thing his doctors thought might bring his GI tract back to normal sooner. So despite the pain and the difficulty, we walked. I also did the things he wanted to do, but couldn't. Fluffed his pillow, kept his books and iPad within arm's reach, helped him sit up. When there was downtime, I simply held his hand, stroked his hair, or massaged his legs, watchful for signs that my touch was received as pleasant and not painful or irritating. 7 days after his ill-fated surgery, my husband and I were both growing frustrated. When would this hospital stay end? Why weren't we hearing explanations from his doctor for all his symptoms, tests, and results? The days were molasses slow. And somehow, although I'd spent whole days at the hospital, every single morning I missed his doctor's rounds. When I finally had a chance to speak with the doctor face to face late that afternoon, we got more bad news. My husband had developed a life-threatening intestinal blockage. He needed emergency surgery that evening. Once the news sunk in, I made one quick phone call to alert Julie, my friend and neighbor. When I called her back, scarcely an hour later, she had arranged what seemed to be a miracle. My boys would have dinner with her and her family. She too has 2 young boys, so my sons thought it was a great play date. Our mutual neighbor, a high school student who had frequently babysat both for Julie's boys and my own, would put my kids to bed that night. The babysitter's father, a mutual friend, would spend the night at our house, and Julie herself would come to the hospital to bring me dinner and wait with me during the surgery. In the end, Julie's time with me in the hospital stretched to the wee hours of the morning. I was moved to tears of gratitude by the fast-acting compassion of our whole neighborhood network. Their gifts of kindness provided exactly what I needed, both instrumentally and emotionally. With their help, I was freed up and fueled up to step up the care I offered my husband. The second surgery was a success, thank goodness, but recovery was slow. My husband, traumatized by all that he'd endured, couldn't sleep. His pain wore on. He had recurring nightmares. At times he grew despondent and slipped into his own downward spiral. I continued to draw support from others so that I could support him. After 11 long days in the hospital on IV nutrients, he tasted solid food again for the first time. After 12 days, they removed the IV and let him go home. He was in constant pain, nearly 20 pounds lighter, and extraordinarily weak, and his recovery was still slow, but I was so thankful to have him recuperating in our bed at home. My connections to others were what kept me from succumbing to the downward spiral that threatened to swallow me up each evening. The most cherished lesson I learned from this ordeal was how deep our support was from our neighbors and friends. We'd moved to North Carolina scarcely more than a year earlier, but even so, neighbors delivered home-cooked meals to our door nearly every evening. Parents of our kids, friends, invited our boys for extended weekend playdates and fed them dinner, so that I could spend more time at the hospital with my husband. Sincere offers to help came from all corners. The flow of goodwill and kind actions touched my heart with bone-deep gratitude every day. And for the first time in my life, I learned to truly receive those kind actions and offers of help. Moved in a heartfelt way, I was able to be more fully open. Sure, I'd known for years and from volumes of data that positivity opens us, but my experience during this time were neither subtle nor abstract. I could feel the hinges of my heart and mind give. I became so open that for the first time I fully trusted that people wanted to help. I even let others know what they could do that would be the most helpful. I needed milk, bread, and lunchbox items, and felt free to ask, "Could you pick some up for me the next time you're at the grocery store?" I knew that evenings were long and lonely for my husband. "Do you think you could babysit for a few hours after my boys are in bed so I can make one last visit to the hospital today?" I longed to take my husband a selection of comedy DVDs, but couldn't find the time. "Could you find me the best all-time comedies?" Beyond what I ever had imagined, our neighbors and friends were spontaneously thoughtful and responsive to my expressed needs. Many, many times their compassionate acts brought tears of gratitude to my eyes. Reflecting back on this surprise lesson in resilience convinces me that there's something missing from the portrait of resilience my work and writing has painted for you thus far. Something important. The focus has been too narrow. Not simply a property of individuals, resilience runs through the social fabric of communities. This is because positivity knows no boundaries. It runs between us as much as it runs within us. My neighbors and friends opened their hearts and shared with me the gifts of their compassion and time. Their words and deeds touched and opened my heart, and unleashed more positivity within me just when I needed it most. With their love and generosity permeating me, I was able to avert the downward tug of negativity that recurred each evening. It gave me fuel to bring love and generosity to my husband's hospital room each morning, to keep him buoyed up and afloat. Refueled as I was by others' positivity each day, I could better help my husband avert his own downward spiral. Day by day, he and I became closer and more attuned to each other. A oneness blossomed between us like never before. Because negative emotions narrow your range of vision, a downward spiral cuts a dark and lonely path that insulates you further and further from the healing touch of community. Upward spirals are altogether different, because positive emotions expand your range of vision. Upward spirals are by design more social. That's what's missing from the old portrait of resilience. As an upward spiral clears your path, your mind and your heart become more fully open to connect with caring others. and each connection supplies its own positivity that refuels and opens you even further. The secret of resilience, then, is going beyond tapping your own well of heartfelt positivity and being open to drink from what springs from others. Years earlier, my husband had given me a 6-inch long antique key. He called it the key to his heart. For 12 days I wore that key on a necklace as a reminder of the love I shared with him. Strangers would remark on the size of the key. After explaining the symbolic meaning it held for me, I'd say, "Big heart, big key." Long before we were married, I'd known that my husband had a big heart. Countless times I'd received or witnessed his big, compassionate heart in action. By contrast, I was known for my big thoughts and my big data sets. Yet, like the Grinch on Christmas morning, I felt my heart grow 3 sizes during those 2 weeks. I thank my community of neighbors, family, and friends for this palpable growth. Although I'd long known the benefits of positive emotions in a scholarly way, I felt those benefits now more intensely and poignantly than ever before. Just as science is never complete, neither is my own or anyone's heartfelt and first-hand appreciation for the wonders of this human life. My bigger heart had room for many emotions, a wide fusion of negativity and positivity. This poignant mix helped me carry on. It allowed me to meet the demands of each moment without losing sight of the big picture. It allowed me to receive and enact compassion. And it allowed me to bounce back to writing this chapter, more resilient than ever before. The view from here. Hardships are inevitable, as I learned all too well from my husband's sudden plunge into hospital living. As I see it, there are 2 basic responses to hardship: despair or hope. In despair, you multiply your negativity. Your fear and uncertainty can turn into stress. Your stress can morph into hopeless sadness, which in turn can breed shame. Worse than this mushrooming negativity, despair smothers and snuffs out all forms of positivity. With positivity extinguished, all possibilities for genuine connections with others are lost. Despair opens the gate to a downward spiral that may well lead you to rock bottom. Hope is different. It's not the mere reflection of despair. Your hope, in fact, acknowledges negativity with clear eyes. More important, though, your hope kindles further positivity within you. Even the most subtle shades of hope can be a springboard for you to feel love, gratitude, inspiration, and more. And these warm and tender feelings open your mind and your heart and allow you to connect with others. So hope opens the gate to an upward spiral that empowers you to bounce back from hardship and emerge even stronger and more resourceful than before. Some people, either genetically or intuitively, seem to understand the gifts of positivity better than the rest of us. We call those people resilient. They are the ones who smile in the face of adversity, reframe bad events as opportunities, and adopt a wait-and-see attitude about future threats. This doesn't mean that they never feel bad. They bleed just like everyone else, yet because they also find ways to cultivate good feelings, even in the midst of crises, their bad feelings don't last as long. They rebound. We can all become resilient. Positivity is your birthright. It's part of the complex mix of humanness that you inherited from a long line of ancestors. Resilience is not just for the chosen few, it's for the masses. It's ordinary magic. Now that you know the benefits of positivity, benefits that still pay out even in dire circumstances, you have more reason than ever to open your heart to genuine positivity. Welcome positivity even when you fear the worst. And when your world seems too bleak for positivity, turn to your neighbors, your loved ones, and your cherished memories. Be open to positivity wherever it springs forth. Let it revive and renew you. You too will bounce back. So positivity bounces. Indeed, I see no straight lines here. Instead, I see bounces and spirals, twists and turns. Positivity's dynamic and complex range of motion demands an equally dynamic and complex approach to science. In the next chapter, you'll see how this new approach emerged for me.
Chapter 7. The Positivity Ratio. People think angels fly because they have wings. Angels fly because they take themselves lightly. Anonymous. In Chapter 1, when I introduced the positivity ratio, I said it had a tipping point. What exactly does this mean? What's a tipping point? The best way to explain it might be to remind you of a tipping point you know well already. Consider ice and water. Look at these familiar and indispensable substances of life with fresh eyes. At one level, they seem dramatically different. Ice is solid, rigid, and immobile. Water is liquid, flowing, flexible, and dynamic. Yet here's the marvel. To change one into the other simply requires a change in temperature. If you raise the ambient temperature above 0 degrees Celsius, rigid ice melts into flowing water. It's hardly magic, at least to most grown-ups. We know ice and water are chemically the same. Both are H2O, 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen. But this common chemical compound is subject to a simple tipping point. You can change it from one state to another, from solid to liquid, by changing its temperature. The differences between languishing and flourishing seem to show similar properties. If we warm up the emotional climate of your life by increasing your positivity ratio above the critical tipping point, you'll begin to flourish. Just as 0 degrees Celsius is a special number in thermodynamics, the 3-to-1 positivity ratio may well be a magic number in human psychology. Of course, there's nothing supernatural here, no real magic. Even so, I do see reason for awe. The world obeys universal, natural laws, and sometimes these laws are shockingly simple. Human psychology, complex as it is, may be no different. Perhaps we too are subject to universal laws that have never before been articulated. These laws may map out an escape from the rigid and confining ice block of languishing. They may equip us to find our way to the more flowing, flexible, and dynamic life of flourishing. I'm not asking you to accept my claim on faith. Instead, I'd like you to appreciate it based on the supporting scientific evidence. In this chapter, I describe how that evidence came together for me. Match made. The origin of the positivity ratio begins with my good friend and University of Michigan colleague, Jane Dutton, an endowed professor at Michigan's Ross School of Business. Jane, a cutting-edge scholar of relationships in the workplace, is also a self-described matchmaker. But she doesn't connect lonely hearts. She connects people with promising, interrelated ideas. She'd connected me to soon-to-be collaborators in the past, so I'd come to trust her intuition. Early in 2003, I received an email from Marshall 𝕬🎠. He said he'd developed a mathematical model based on nonlinear dynamics of my broaden and build theory, and that we should talk. It turned out that Jane, having seen several possible points of connection between his work and mine, had suggested he read my work. I was a bit slow to respond. My second son had been born just weeks earlier, and I was dedicating my energies to my newly expanded family. Fortunately, Marshall was persistent. He sent me an article he was writing. In it, he made the case for how his past mathematical work fit with the ideas in my broaden and build theory. I was sufficiently intrigued to take an afternoon off from nesting with my family to meet with him. Born and raised in Chile, Marshall was not a typical collaborator for me. At the time, he wasn't even an academic. Although he had received his Ph.D. from my own Department of Psychology at the University of Michigan, he'd done so decades before I joined the faculty there. In the interim, he'd had a long career in industry. Recently retired and working as a business consultant, he'd begun to dabble again in what had become his passion, mathematical modeling of group behavior. That first meeting was electric. Having read his then unpublished paper,
I had a series of pressing questions for him. I wanted to understand the data that inspired his mathematical work. I wanted to learn more about the math itself. Sitting at his dining room table in front of his laptop, what he called his portable laboratory, he talked for hours. He shared the dynamic displays of the mathematical models that fit his data on business teams. I shared the connections I saw, not only to my past work on positivity and resilience, but also to my growing interests in human flourishing. Hours into our lively discussion, he made a bold claim, based on his mathematical work. He could locate the exact positivity ratio that would distinguish those who flourished from those who didn't. I countered with an offer. If he could find that ratio, I'd test it against data on the day-to-day emotional lives of people who I knew could be classified as flourishing or not. Both sensing that this could be a huge discovery, we vowed to collaborate. Our mutual aim was to discover and test this ratio, and if the data held up, write a paper together. As the weeks unfolded, the match between Marshall's mathematics and my theory and data continued to amaze me. I needed to clear the decks to make room for this sudden new turn in my research program. I wanted to do it justice. Thanks to the John Templeton Foundation, I arranged a mini sabbatical for the following semester. I was released from my teaching duties so I could immerse myself in the science of dynamic systems that Marshall had introduced me to. I took on the task of introducing this perspective to the science of positive psychology. Having done so, I'd now like to share it with you. You already know that positivity broadens your mind, Chapter 4, builds your best future, Chapter 5, and fuels your resilience, Chapter 6. Now let's explore how positivity and negativity work together to tip your life toward flourishing. I'll start by describing Marshall's discovery about positivity. The butterfly in the boardroom. For years, 𝕎𝕝𝕝 had worked in the industry studying the characteristics of high-performing business teams. His mission was to help business teams with poor performance records become more successful. As part of this work, he built a laboratory room specially designed to capture the behavior of business teams in action. The room looked like an ordinary boardroom. It had the usual large table surrounded by executive-style chairs. A range of corporate teams had used this room to do their business, to craft their business missions and strategic plans. But the walls of this boardroom were different in that they sported one-way mirrors. Behind these sat 𝕎𝕝𝕝's team of research assistants, equipped with video cameras and specially programmed computers. He had trained these assistants to use this equipment to code every single statement, large and small, made by every single team member during the hour-long business meetings they observed. In particular, 𝕎𝕝𝕝 tracked 3 dimensions, whether people's statements were 1. Positive or negative, 2. Self-focused or other-focused, and 3. Based on inquiry, asking questions, or advocacy, defending a point of view. By the mid-1990s, 60 different business teams had been observed and coded by 𝕎𝕝𝕝's team. Later, based on independent data, 𝕎𝕝𝕝 identified which of those teams could be classified as high-performing. 25% met the criteria. These teams scored high on 3 distinct business indicators: profitability, customer satisfaction ratings, and evaluations by superiors, peers, and subordinates. By all accounts, these teams were doing amazingly well. They were flourishing. They turned profits and were well regarded by all with whom they did business. By sharp contrast, about 30% scored uniformly low on all 3 business indicators. These teams were clearly floundering, not making money and leaving dissatisfaction in their wake. The rest had a mixed profile, doing well on some indicators and poorly on others. Perhaps not surprisingly, mixed success characterized the majority of teams that 𝕎𝕝𝕝 encountered. 𝕎𝕝𝕝 painstakingly plotted his data moment by moment over the course of the meetings. He also quantified how much each team member influenced the behavior of others and called this new variable the team's connectivity. Connectivity reflects how attuned or responsive team members were to one another. When he later divided the teams into high, low, and mixed performance teams, striking differences emerged. High-performance teams stood out with their unusually high positivity ratios, at about 6-to-1. By contrast, low-performance teams had ratios well below 1-to-1, and mixed-performance teams sat just about that, at around 2-to-1. High-performance teams also had higher connectivity and an interesting balance on other dimensions. They asked questions as much as they defended their own views, and cast their attention outward as much as inward. Low-performance teams, however, had far lower connectivity, asked almost no questions, and showed almost no outward focus. Again, mixed-performance teams sat in between. Carefully observing the intertwined relationships in his data plotted over time, 𝕎𝕝𝕉 noticed which of his measures forecast later changes in other measures. He eventually wrote a set of mathematical equations to capture the different dynamics he had observed. 𝕎𝕝𝕉's equations demonstrated that the unfolding behavior of these business teams reflected a complex system, more specifically, a nonlinear dynamic system. See the notes section for an explanation of these terms. A hallmark feature of nonlinear dynamic systems is reflected in the term commonly known as the butterfly effect, in which seemingly trivial inputs, like the flapping of a butterfly's wings in one location, can disproportionately determine later conditions elsewhere. I've come to think of positivity as that flapping of the butterfly's wings. Like the fluttering butterfly, positivity can produce astonishingly disproportionate outcomes. How else might today's subtle and fleeting heartfelt sense of goodness launch a positivity cascade that reshapes the very course of your life and forecasts how long you live? The butterfly showed up elsewhere as well. When 𝕎𝕝𝕉 ran his mathematical model using the coordinates of high-performance teams, the resulting trajectory spiraled, bounced, twisted, and turned following the classic butterfly-shaped attractor familiar to those who have studied complex systems. So the butterfly landed in 𝕎𝕝𝕉's boardroom as well. It represented the dynamics of those flourishing, high-performing business teams. The wings of this butterfly were tall. Their height reflected the high positivity ratios that 𝕎𝕝𝕉 had uncovered in these high-performance teams. The butterfly wings were also stretched wide open. Their span reflected the broad range these high-performing teams showed in both inquiry and advocacy. The overall structure of the butterfly was richly original. Its trajectory never retraced its steps. You might say the behavior of these high-performing teams was always fresh and creative. In physics and mathematics, this trajectory is known as a chaotic attractor. Yet it's not chaotic in the colloquial sense of being random or completely unpredictable. It has a clear order. It's just a very complex order. Something altogether different emerged when 𝕎𝕝𝕉 ran his model using the coordinates of mixed performance teams. Although their trajectory began with a structure that mirrored the model for flourishing teams, their butterfly was much smaller, its wings not nearly as tall. This diminished stature reflected the lower positivity ratios 𝕎𝕝𝕉 had uncovered in these teams. Nor did its wings span as great a distance. This lesser span reflected the narrower range of inquiry and advocacy that 𝕎𝕝𝕉 had spotted in the mixed performance teams. More telling, though, this smaller butterfly was not resilient. It didn't last. In fact, following an encounter with extreme negativity, the butterfly devolved into what physics and mathematicians call a limit cycle. In other words, the trajectory got stuck in a rut. Also, the location of this rut revealed where mixed performance teams got stuck, in negative, self-absorbed advocacy. This suggests that extreme negativity caused these teams to lose their good cheer, their flexibility, and their ability to question. They languished in an endless loop in which each person simply defended their own position and became critical of all else. You might say that people in these team meetings were no longer truly listening to one another. They were simply waiting to talk, to defend their own view. When that becomes everyone's goal, it's no wonder that the team meeting goes nowhere. Keep in mind that this was the most common type of team dynamic. I'm sure we can all recognize meetings like this, with a shudder. Something different still emerged when 𝕬𝕬 ran his model using the coordinates of low-performance teams. There was no butterfly at all. They showed none of the butterfly's complex and generative dynamics evident in high-performance teams. In fact, low-performance teams started where mixed-performance teams ended up, entrenched in negative, self-absorbed advocacy, simply defending their own views and critical of all else. After all, 𝕬𝕬 had found that these teams had the lowest positivity ratios and almost no tendency to question or focus outward. But worse than being stuck in an endless loop, the dynamics of low-performance teams showed the properties of what physicists and mathematicians call a fixed-point attractor. These spiraled down to a static point. This suggests that low-performance teams eventually lose flexibility altogether. They spiral down to a dead end, a stalemate. The very same set of mathematical equations, depending on the input, resulted in three very different structures or fates. Only one structure, the one depicting high-performance teams, held complexity and infinite flexibility. The others did not. Another way to appreciate the value of nonlinear dynamic systems is to say that they capture differences in kind, not just in degree. High-performance teams were not simply more and better than low-performance teams. Their collective synergy gave them a different fate altogether. Whereas other teams crumbled under pressure, these teams carried on. They bounced back with new questions and ideas. They remained buoyed by their high positivity ratio. Although butterflies may seem fragile, this one was remarkably resilient. What I love about 𝕬𝕬's work is that it translates the two core truths in my broaden and build theory into the language of mathematics. The first core truth, detailed in Chapter 4, holds that positivity opens us. It broadens our minds and our hearts. Resonating with this core truth, 𝕬𝕬's math shows how positivity goes hand in hand with asking questions and focusing outward. That is, it was 𝕬𝕬's high-performing teams who were most open to new ideas. They were a testament to what a synergistic group of open minds might accomplish. The second core truth of my broaden and build theory, showcased in Chapter 5, is that positivity transforms us for the better. It builds our resources. Aligned with this core truth, 𝕬𝕬's math shows how positivity comes with greater social resources. That is, as positivity increased, so did the connectivity or attunement within the team itself. When positivity was high, team members were more responsive to one another. Also aligned with this second core truth, 𝕬𝕬's math shows how positivity links up with doing well, with business success. And, as icing on the cake, my work described in Chapter 6 shows how positivity helps you bounce back from adversity. 𝕬𝕬's math shows this too. Teams with higher positivity were more flexible and resilient. They never got stuck in critical, self-absorbed advocacy. So 𝕬𝕬's life, work, and mine complement each other with stunning beauty. 𝕬𝕬's work on positivity was richly descriptive and distilled into mathematics. By contrast, my own work on positivity was grounded in evolutionary theory and supported by experiments. Whereas 𝕬𝕬's work could not support casual claims about positivity, mine could. That's the difference between descriptive and experimental research. Even so, 𝕬𝕬's work broke new ground beyond what I could have imagined from my theory and data alone. That's what's unique about mathematical modeling. Weaving our two scientific strands together, 𝕬𝕬 and I created a whole new portrait of positivity. Math takes the driver's seat. To further appreciate the value added by 𝕎𝕝's mathematical work, you need to know about what physicists and mathematicians call the control parameter. The control parameter is the key that determines the fate of the system. Just as ambient temperatures hold the key to whether H2O is stuck in ice or flowing as water, 𝕎𝕝's control parameter determined the fate of his business teams. It determined whether they'd be stuck in a rut or enjoying flourishing success. Here's where that butterfly makes a huge difference. 𝕎𝕝 wasn't the first to discover a butterfly-shaped trajectory. This butterfly had been spotted in physics and math journals for more than 40 years. Scores of scientists and mathematicians have devoted at least part of their careers to understanding the mathematical system that the butterfly represents. For instance, a precise numerical tipping point within this system has been discovered. Below this number, you reach ruts, limit cycles, and deadlocks, fixed point attractors. Above this number, the butterfly pops out, with all its glorious complexity. It's stunningly simple. Fate lies in a simple number. This is the power of a tipping point. 𝕎𝕝's control parameter was the connectivity he had observed among team members, their degree of attunement with one another. Through simple algebra, he translated this into the positivity ratio teams expressed. This is how he pinpointed the exact positivity ratio that marked the fork in the road. Above this particular ratio, the complex dynamics of flourishing would emerge. Below this ratio lay the limit cycles of languishing and the fixed point attractors of failure, territory we'd all wish to avoid. According to 𝕎𝕝's math, the magic positivity ratio is 2.9013 to 1. To those of us who are not mathematicians, this number seems absurdly precise. For sheer practicality, I prefer to say 3 to 1. It's true that mathematically the microscopic difference between 2.9012 and 2.9013 is consequential. In the world of math, tipping points are beyond razor thin. Yet we live in a world of impurity and imprecision. In theory, for instance, the melting point of ice is 0 degrees Celsius. But as anyone who's cleared their winter walkway of this slippery danger knows, the exact melting point of ice can reflect both local impurities, i.e. rock salt, and imprecision into our measurement devices, i.e. home quality thermometers. Although scientists like me have worked to refine measures of emotion, it's fair to say that we have nothing as precise as a cooking thermometer to offer you for home use. So I think you'll agree, for practical purposes, as you try this at home, thinking of 3 to 1 as the tipping point is more than good enough. Putting math to the test. 𝕎𝕝's math led to his bold prediction that only when positivity ratios are higher than 3 to 1 is positivity in sufficient supply to seed human flourishing. My contribution was to take this number and run with it, and provide independent tests of this newly discovered tipping point. 𝕎𝕝 made his discovery with business teams, groups of people working together for better or worse. I wondered whether this tipping point would apply to individuals as well. Would people who I could identify as flourishing have positivity ratios greater than 3 to 1? Would the ratios for those who were languishing fall below 3 to 1? I had on hand 2 different data sets that would allow me to test this tipping point. In each study, I had first asked people to complete an initial survey from which I could diagnose flourishing mental health. Keep in mind that people who flourish are somewhat rare. Only about 1 in 5 people tested meet the criteria. Then I'd ask everyone to report their emotional experiences daily for the next 4 weeks. Each night they completed a 20-item positivity self-test, much like the one I'll share later in this book. For each day I tallied the number of positive emotions that people experienced at least moderately. I also tallied the number of negative emotions that they experienced at least a little bit. To respect core differences between positivity and negativity, I needed to use different cutoffs. One difference that research has thoroughly documented, and that I'll bet you can appreciate from your own experience, is that bad is stronger than good. Scientists call this negativity bias. Yet, side by side with this difference in potency sits an equally drastic difference in frequency. Unless you're mentally ill, most moments in your life are at least mildly good. Perhaps surprisingly, feeling bad is relatively rare. Scientists call this asymmetry positivity offset. At this point, I could have computed each person's daily positivity ratio and averaged them over the month. Yet, much like dietary guidelines, I think what matters most is the positivity ratio people achieve not within a single day, but over time. To honor this view, I divided each person's positivity tally for the entire month by their negativity tally for the entire month. This approach has the added advantage of eliminating the unsolvable can't divide by zero problem. Though it's possible for a person to have no noticeable negativity on a given day, making it impossible to compute their positivity ratio for that day, I've never seen anyone who has no noticeable negativity over a whole month. What I found astonishing was that across two different sets of data, the average ratio for people who flourished was above 3-to-1, whereas that for those who were languishing was below 3-to-1. To be exact, in one data set, the positivity ratio for flourishing people was 3.2-to-1, and in the other data set, it was 3.4-to-1. By contrast, for the rest of the people, positivity ratios were 2.3-to-1 in one data set and 2.1-to-1 in the other. In each, positivity ratios were on either side of the tipping point, just as 𝕎𝕝𝕉's math had predicted. For the vast majority of people, positivity ratios reflected the standard positivity offset. That is, they hovered around 2-to-1. Most moments were indeed positive, but this didn't seem to be enough to seed flourishing. For the few who flourished, positivity ratios stepped out beyond 3-to-1. More data, more support. My research doesn't stand alone in supporting 𝕎𝕝𝕉's math. It gets even better. Take, for instance, the work of John Gottman, the world's leading expert on the science of marriage. Gottman has devoted his career to studying the emotional dynamics in married couples, pinpointing patterns that make marriages mutually satisfying and enduring, as well as those that begin cascades toward divorce. Early in my career, I got to know Gottman's research program well. I even collaborated on a small piece of it in the early 1990s when I was a postdoctoral fellow at UC Berkeley. Gottman's signature way to gather data on marriages was to invite couples to visit his laboratory. Whereas 𝕎𝕝𝕉's laboratory felt like a boardroom, Gottman's felt like a living room. Here, he'd ask couples to get comfortable and talk with each other as they would at home. Eventually, he'd coax them to talk about the hard stuff, any issue that currently caused them considerable disagreement. For some couples, the discussion centered on money. For others, it was how to raise their kids. For still others, it was how to deal with extended family. Each couple picked their own hot issue. Like the very best emotion researchers, Gottman collected a wide range of data. He used tiny sensors to measure people's heart rates, sweat gland activity, and other physiological changes during the conversations. He used carefully placed video cameras to unobtrusively capture the verbal and nonverbal communications between the marriage partners. He complemented these with a wide range of surveys from each person, and ultimately he stayed in touch with these couples and tracked which marriages lived on happily ever after and which ones eventually dissolved. Surveying this mass of data, Gottman developed several ways to compute the positivity ratio of a marriage. Sometimes, like 𝕎𝕝𝕉, he had trained coders classify everything that partners said to each other. At other times, he had his coders consider observable gestures and facial expressions as well. Gottman eventually divided the marriages into two groups. One group was made up of marriages that lasted and that both partners found to be satisfying. I call those flourishing marriages. The other group was made up of marriages that had fallen apart. The partners had become dissatisfied, estranged, separated, or divorced. At best, these marriages were languishing. At worst, they were total failures. What he found was remarkable. Among flourishing marriages, positivity ratios were about 5-1. By sharp contrast, languishing and failed marriages had positivity ratios lower than 1-1. Although Gottman was not working to test 𝕎𝕝𝕉's math, his data nonetheless supports it. But wait, there's more. This time the evidence comes from a scientist named Robert Schwartz. A practicing clinical psychologist, Schwartz had developed his own mathematical model rooted in Boolean algebra to suggest that optimal positivity ratios are about 4-1. He compares these to normal positivity ratios, the ones most people have, which are about 2-1. By contrast, he suggests that pathological positivity ratios, for example those of depressed people, are lower than 1-1. To test whether his own math-derived numbers fit real-world data, Schwartz and colleagues tracked the outcomes of a large set of patients undergoing treatment for depression. They received either cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, or drug treatment, each of which is soundly supported by scientific evidence. Each week before and during drug treatment, these patients completed a survey about their emotions. Patients were also evaluated every 2 weeks by an independent team of clinicians to assess quantitatively their progress in treatment. It's important to note that the researchers who did these assessments had no involvement in the patient's treatment or care. Schwartz and his colleagues agreed in advance on which scores would indicate average and which would show optimal relief from depression. To be considered in any kind of remission, patients would need to show relief from their depressive symptoms for at least 4 weeks in a row. To meet the more stringent criteria for optimal remission, patients would need to show virtually no signs of depression plus clear signs of superior functioning in life. In short, they'd need to embody what the American Psychiatric Association describes as optimal human functioning. Superior functioning in a wide range of activities, life problems never seem to get out of hand, is sought out by others of his or her many positive qualities, no symptoms. Not surprisingly, before treatment began, Schwartz and colleagues found patients' positivity ratios to be quite low, at 0.5-1. Among the subset of patients who showed optimal remission ratios rose to 4.3-1. Compare this to the ratios for the larger subset of patients who merely showed average remission, 2.3-1. Sadly, a still larger subset of patients showed no relief from their depression whatsoever. Positivity ratios for these folks barely budged to 0.7-1. Again, although Schwartz collected data to test his own math, his data undeniably supported 𝕎𝕝𝕉's math as well. The consistency here is extraordinary. For individuals, marriages, and business teams, flourishing or doing remarkably well comes with positivity ratios above 3-1. By contrast, those who don't overcome their depression, couples who fail in their marriages, and business teams that are unpopular and unprofitable each have ratios in the gutter, well below 1-1. The association between positivity ratios and flourishing is so robust that it emerges even though 𝕎𝕝𝕉, Gottman, Schwartz, and I each gathered our data totally independent of one another, using very different measures and approaches. What I find most exciting is that the connection between positivity ratios and flourishing is evident at 3 very different levels of human experience. Whether you're one person, 2 partners, or an 8-person team, positivity ratios are worth your attention. I can't help wondering whether human flourishing at all still larger scales, in organizations like schools and companies, in governing bodies like the U.S. Congress and the United Nations, or in vehicles of culture like television and the Internet, will also obey this apparent law for the positivity ratio tipping point. Now you see it, now you don't. Seeing positivity ratios as subject to a tipping point is a powerful idea. It can explain why the effects of positivity are at times so hard to locate. By now, scientists know well that the effects of positivity are subtle, especially in comparison to those of negativity. But what has long vexed me is that even though I know I'm looking for subtle effects, at times I find no effects whatsoever. I also face a legion of grim-faced critics at times who are convinced that positivity is useless. It's as if positivity has been playing an elaborate shell game with scientists, taunting us with, now you see it, now you don't. The tipping point reveals the trick to this vexing shell game. Below 3-to-1, positivity may well be inert, swamped as it is by the greater potency of negativity. Perhaps only above 3-to-1 do the underdogs of positivity gain adequate strength and numbers to stand up to and overcome negativity. Positivity may need to accumulate and compound to a certain degree before it reaches the crucial tipping point. Only then will the broaden and build effects of positivity emerge. Only then will people see the astonishing benefits of positivity blossom in their own lives. My students and I have tested this idea by flipping the questions we asked about positivity ratios. Instead of dividing people by whether they had good outcomes, like flourishing, and then looking at their ratios, we divided people by their ratios, then looked at whether they showed good outcomes. Even I was surprised by the resulting bar charts. For those with positivity ratios below 3-to-1, the bars indicated good outcomes. Like broad thinking or built resources, hovered near zero. For them, positivity was inert, useless. Yet for those with positivity ratios exceeding 3-to-1, the bars rose dramatically. For them, positivity forecast both openness and growth. Only these people truly enjoyed the sweet fruits of positivity. The data told a clear story. Now you see it, now you don't. 11-to-1. Another tipping point? Back in Chapter 2, I introduced the 3-to-1 positivity ratio as my prescription for how you can lead a flourishing life, full of expansive possibilities and lifelong growth. If 3-to-1, 4-to-1, and 5-to-1 ratios each describe the good life, why have any negativity at all? Why not shoot for 100-to-1? Here we all might protest that a life without suffering is hardly possible, hardly human. Could any person, marriage, or team ever achieve a state of pure positivity? I don't think so. But even so, perhaps being negativity-free is an ideal worthy of our strivings. Could there be a level of flourishing beyond what's currently imaginable? The beauty of having a mathematical model, like 𝕎𝕝𝕉's, in your scientific toolkit is that even if you can't locate that 1 in a million person, marriage, or team that experience no negativity at all, you can still take a stab at answering questions about pure positivity. The math tells us that the upper bound for flourishing is around 11-to-1. Although this second tipping point has yet to be tested against real-life data, you may well wish to steer clear of positivity ratios above 11-to-1. I wonder, though, whether this prescription has practical value. My friend and collaborator, Michael Cohen, an endowed professor at the University of Michigan School of Information, had a clever way of phrasing this concern. As we were discussing this idea at the corner coffee shop, he said, "It's true that you'd hit your head on the ceiling if you jumped really high in the gymnasium." Whether we seek it or not, negativity has a way of finding us. Even when we jump our highest, we most often find ourselves closer to the floor than to the ceiling in the gymnasium of life. As is true in many realms of life, more is not always better. Problems may well occur with too much positivity. Yet I see a more useful lesson hidden in the upper limit to flourishing. Negativity is also a necessary ingredient in the recipe for a flourishing life. Go figure. A book about positivity also endorses negativity. Perhaps not all negativity, but rather appropriate negativity. In making this qualification, I follow the lead of John Gottman. From decades of studying what makes marriages work, he concludes that anger and engagement in conflict can be healthy and productive forms of negativity, whereas expressions of disgust and contempt are more corrosive. I also see a big difference between guilt and shame. Guilt stems from seeing something you did as wrong or immoral. There's a clear way to resolve it. You make amends and find a better, more considerate way to behave. For shame, though, it's not just something you did that's wrong or immoral. It seems as if you yourself are wrong or immoral. You just don't measure up. How do you overcome that? So anger and guilt deliver surgical strikes of negativity. They are specific and spawn remedial actions. They can be resolved. Contempt and shame, by contrast, deliver much larger blows. Their negativity mushrooms and clouds your vision. They're all-encompassing and difficult to overcome. Negativity that is appropriate is specific and correctable. Negativity that is inappropriate is more often gratuitous and global. Gottman called the latter sort of negativity an absorbing state. It seeps into and comes to dominate the whole emotional texture of life. It creates that dreaded downward spiral. So knowing that positivity is life-giving doesn't mean that negativity needs to be forever banished. It can't be. Life gives us plenty of reasons to be afraid, angry, sad, and then some. Without negativity, you become Pollyanna, with a forced clown smile painted on your face. You lose touch with reality. You're not genuine. In time, you drive others away. I've come to see the ratio of positivity to negativity as the uncanny balance between levity and gravity. Levity is that unseen force that lifts you skyward, whereas gravity is the opposing force that pulls you earthward. Unchecked, levity leaves you flighty, ungrounded, and unreal. Unchecked, gravity leaves you collapsed in a heap of misery. Yet when properly combined, these two opposing forces leave you buoyant, dynamic, realistic, and ready for anything. Appropriate negativity delivers the promise of gravity. It grounds you in reality. Heartfelt positivity, by contrast, provides the lift that makes you buoyant and ready to flourish. Consider a sailboat. Rising from a sailboat is an enormous mast that allows the sail to catch the wind. Below the waterline is the keel, which can weigh tons. You can take the mast going up as positivity, and the keel down below as negativity. If you've ever sailed, you know that you can't get anywhere without the keel. If you've tried, at best, you'd slide aimlessly across the water, or at worst, you'd capsize. Although it's the sail hanging on the mast of positivity that catches the wind and gives you fuel, it's the keel of negativity that keeps the boat on course and manageable. And just as the keel matters most when you're going upwind, appropriate negativity matters most in hard times. When I first shared this analogy with Marshall 𝕻𝕗 at his dining room table, he appreciated it immediately. He jumped up to get his well-worn Encyclopedia Britannica to look up sailboat, just as he'd hoped. It included a small picture of a sailboat out of the water. He found a ruler and measured the mast. Then he measured the keel. He computed the ratio. It was above 3-to-1. We looked at each other and laughed, knowing full well that, however pleasing it was, we could never publish this particular finding in a scientific journal. The view from here. In collaboration with Marshall 𝕻𝕗, I discovered and tested the 3-to-1 positivity ratio, the tipping point that is our gateway to flourishing. 𝕻𝕗's math is fully consistent with my broaden and build theory, and also fully consistent with heaps of data. It also takes us further, shedding light on when positivity is inert and when negativity is vital. The consistency here reflects what scientists have called consilience, or unity of knowledge. It gets me thinking in terms of core truths about being human, about universal human attributes we all share. It also gets me out of bed each day and lures me back to my research laboratory, back to the data, back to devise further experiments to test positivity. Science is never complete. The stakes in terms of human welfare are too high for me to rest easy in the belief that clever theory or fancy math alone can provide the answers we so desperately seek. How do we best overcome adversity? How do we best flourish? You may well decide, now that you've read what science says about positivity, that it's time to begin experimenting with it in your own life, to raise your own positivity ratio and locate your own buoyancy. I've written part 2 of this book to help you achieve just that.